Hey everyone, this is the first video of this project, and in this video we will be starting with designing of our website. By designing, I don't mean like writing HTML or CSS. I mean that we will be doing a process called as wireframing. And wireframing is a process of sketching how the website will look and feel. Now, this doesn't have to be an exact sketch and a detailed diagram, but more like a rough drawing. And in an overview, you can say that it's like an overview of the whole project, how it will look and feel. So the choice of tool for this is obviously going to be a whiteboard. And for this project, what I'm planning is that we will have 3 screens. So first is going to be the home page, and second will be the search page, and the third is going to be the detail page. Home page will show some basic information about the project along with, maybe like some coins, like top coins you can show. The search screen will have a search field, which will be used to search for any currency and show the search results. The detail screen will show some information about the specified coin which we have selected along with its, price history and the chart format and everything. So let's get sketching. Let me go to my whiteboard and let's start with it. Okay, so here we are. So in my whiteboard, let's start with, the first screen. So this is my, say for example, the viewport. Okay, so this is going to be the home. So in the screen, what I want is obviously I want a navigation bar at the top. So my top is going to be the navigation bar. Here on the left hand side, I probably will be looking for an image and a logo. I mean, the logo and the text and everything, the site name or whatever we have. Then on the right hand side, I will attach a search button, very typical button, which will be like a link, navigation link, So this will be like search. Again, text and all, we don't have to decide right now, just an overview of how the website will look and feel. Next on the main section, I will have a big title, like welcome to the project and just some information about that, some basic couple of lines. On the right hand side, I am thinking of like an image, like a fancy, 3D image or a 2D vector or whatever. I'm not really sure. But yeah, this is what I'm looking. Then below this section here, what I'm looking for is that we show a list of coins, like maybe a horizontal scrolling list. So where we will have like a card and we will show the coin image here, the name followed by the price. So something like this. Maybe 3 or 4 coins. We can see about that. We can also attach, if we want, we can also go with a scrolling list, like, it just keeps on scrolling right to left and like an infinite scroll kind of a thing. So something like this we want. And below that is obviously going to be the footer. So footer will be common for all of them. So I'll just have it separately here. Even the navigation bar will be common, so that should also be separate. But yeah, footer, I will just have a copyright text, on the left hand side, copyright, blah, 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 whatever we have. On the right hand side, we will attach a GitHub link, like the source code of this project and everything, like link it to the repository. The next screen is going to be the search one. So let me drag and create a new one. So let's create a viewport for this as well here. Okay, so in this viewport, this is for the search. We already have the navigation bar at the top, so that is going to be their same thing, logo, the title and the button and everything. Footer is already going to be there, so the caption, the blah blah blah, and the GitHub link. Now, search screen, what I'm thinking is I'm thinking of like having a title here, like a big text saying search. Below that, I am planning to have obviously an input field. We need an input field in order to allow the search. maybe by a button followed by a button here, like a magnifying glass or something, similar to other major websites what we have. After that, we want to show like a list. So here we will have a list of all the coins. This list will be obviously fetched by the API, and each of here we will like show a number 1, 2, 3, whatever, followed by the image of that coin, whatever the image is, followed by the name, followed by like the, what do we say, ID, not ID. Yeah, you can think of it like an ID, like short, for example, Ethereum here. Ethereum has ETH as it's like a short code or ID. Like for example, Bitcoin has BTC. So something like this. Okay, so that short code, that ID is going to be here. The full name and the currency name, whatever we have. Then followed by a button or an anchor, something we would have here, like a more information. So if you click on this, or if you click on the more one, it will take you to the detail screen. And this will be like each row followed by everything will be here. So same, let me quickly replicate this thing. And here, this will be text actually. So yeah, this will be text, here image, some text, some more text, followed by the button. So yeah, this is the plan for the search screen. This is the wireframe for my search screen. Let's move to the next one, which is going to be the detail screen. So let me quickly drag this, take it out of the way. And for my detail screen, let's create the wireframe here. Go to like this, create my viewport for this one. This is going to be the detail. Again, it is assumed that we have the nav at the top and we have the footer at the bottom. It's going to be same, right? So now for detail screen, what I'm planning is that we have the coin logo here, coin image at the left hand side, followed by the price of that cryptocurrency on the right hand side. And this price I want to show in multiple currencies. I'm thinking about 3 or 4. So maybe like have some price, then another one, then another one, and then followed by the description. So here we will have like a heading, description, followed by all the description about like a paragraph about that coin, like what is the purpose, what is the utility, or why that coin is. This data also we will get from the API. And below that what I'm thinking is a full width chart. And this chart is going to be holding your information about the price movement of this coin. It increase, decrease, whatever, like a line chart basically. So this will be, here will be like the time, and here will be the price. Okay, so this will be like a chart of pricing of that. This will obviously going to be in one currency, so this will be in INR. But the current price at the top can be in various currencies. I'm not sure, but we will probably be using INR. Obviously, we have INR. Apart from that, we might go ahead and use US dollars and euros, because these are like, the next common ones. And yeah, so these are these 3 screens which we will be using. This is the detail one. Then this is the search screen. And this will be the home page. Okay, so that's yeah, that would be all for this video. We know the wireframe, we know the basic outline of how this website, or in fact the whole project, is going to look like. And in the next video I will be doing the coding, like actually writing the HTML and CSS part and creating, the look and feel of this website. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video of this series. In this video, we will be coding the HTML and CSS of the wireframe which we created in the last video. So let me quickly recap on the whiteboard what we have done, and from there we can take it forward. So we planned 3 screens. The first was your home screen, which would look like this. Second was your search screen to be looking like this. And the third was your detail screen. So in this video, we will try to code HTML and CSS, and we will try to actually like design them. And yeah, let's get started. So let me directly jump into my VS Code now. And here I have empty project, nothing right now. And we will be doing everything from scratch. No bootstrap, no jQuery, no fancy libraries, no nothing. Everything is going to be plain and vanilla. So let's create a new folder for our assets. Whatever, you have your CSS, your images, your JavaScript, your font, whatever. All of that goes inside the assets folder. Other than that, we will have 3 files, index.html. Then another one will be search.html. Then another one is going to be detail.html. Okay, we've got all of these 3 files which we will be using, right? Now, here, what next do we have? So in our assets, what we want to do is we want to again create some more subfolders. So our CSS is in one folder, our JavaScript is in another folder, and images in another folder. So I'll create a folder for CSS. I'll create another folder for JS, another folder for images, because we will have our logo and the main image or everything. The coin image we will be fetching from the API itself, so we don't need to store all of them. But other than that, say your logo, your main hero, even the GitHub image which you want to show at the footer, that we need to store. Now let's go on to my index.html and let's start writing the HTML first. I will write the boilerplate, so we're going to start with doctype HTML, and okay, why is this throwing me an error? We are on CRLF and we have doctype HTML here only. Okay, anyway, let's continue. So we will start with HTML. Lang is going to be en. Then inside HTML, I'm going to use a head tag. Maybe we will let's do that. Let's in fact add the title. So meta_char set is going to be UTF-8. Anyway, we are going to copy paste this from other pages, so it's better to add it once, at least type it. And then the HTTP equivalent, so meta HTTP equivalent, that is going to be for my cross user agent compatible with the C capital and BLE. Content for this is going to be IE is equal to edge. Okay, the another one is for the viewport, so meta name viewport. But content for this is going to be width, having device width, device hyphen width, and your initial scale going to be 1.0. Okay. Title for this, I'm gonna give title for this, I'm going to give crypto view for Geekster. And I'm thinking we will attach CSS files in a sort, even JavaScript there, that there will be one common which will be attached to all 3 screens, and then each screen will have their own separate CSS and JavaScript. So what we will do is link rel style sheet, and the href for this is going to be assets /css/ we haven't created the files, so let's quickly create them. New file common.css, create a new file index.css, create a new file search.css for all 3 having separate CSS, and then one common, and detail.css. The common one will probably contain the CSS of your navigation bar and the footer, because those 2 components, those 2 things are used pretty much on all the 3 screens, so it's better to have a single CSS for them. Common.js, same purpose. Common.js, index.js, and search.js, and finally detail.js. CSS.js. Okay, so all three files, so all three JavaScript files for each screen, 3 CSS files for each screen, one common for all three of them. So that would be for my folder structure as of now. Images will probably contain your logo and GitHub and all of those things, as I've already mentioned. So now in my assets CSS, common goes first, then link rel style sheet, href, again assets CSS, index for this one, it goes here, and that would be it for the head part. In the body tag, I need to add the scripts at the last, so script src assets js common.js, and the other one which I will add is assets, not address, script src assets js and index.js. So this will be my index.html. I'm going to copy this and paste it on other screens as well. For detail, just change it to instead of index, detail.css, and here instead of index, make detail.js. For search as well, same thing, instead of index we go search.css, and here search.javascript. And let's write some content in our index so we can see that it is working. So let's just write our simple h1 tag, welcome to the project, just to see if it is working or not. I'm going to start my live server, click on go live, wait for it to start, and it has started. Let me take you to my browser. Here we go, and we have welcome to the project written here. Okay, just bare bone files we have created, nothing fancy as of now. Let's go back to my code and let's start structuring the page. So if you remember from my whiteboard, the home page is made up of 3 parts: your navigation, your section, and your footer. Now your section is further divided into 2 sections. That first one is going to be like an about, and then we will have a scrolling card or something like that. Okay, so yeah, you can say a total of 4 sections in that case. So let's go back to our and let's try to write it down. So first up, we have the nav. I'm using semantic HTML, so it's easy to read. So first up, we have the nav, then we have a section, then we have another section, then we finally have the footer. Okay, nav. I'll just put some comment here, probably like this. This is for the navigation bar. This one I'll write another comment here, so it's later to get and refer in the code if you refer to this after months or years. This is for the main section. Okay, then this is for the top coins section, and here we go, this is for the footer. Okay, now before we dive directly into writing all the CSS and everything, I want to pick something called as a color palette. Okay, a color palette is something which is like a set of predefined colors, and we use all the colors from that only. We don't use any external color, we don't use any other combination of colors or anything else. So we're gonna search for a color palette. I'll open Firefox, and there's this website called as colors, I think double O or something. Yep, COOLOR is colors.co. This is a really good website, to be able to find and search for color palettes. It's pretty nice. I'll hide all the ad and everything. So you can generate or you can explore the trending one. So I'm going to use the trending one. And other than that, if you want, you can simply go on to Google and search for color palette generator. There are plenty of websites which can help you out there. You want a gradient color palette or whatever color palette you want, you can help it. Now I scroll down to trending ones. I think which one I might like. Oh, this one looks good. This one looks good. So I'm going to select this. Not like this. And this is the one which I'm wanting to use. It has 5 colors, not too much, comparatively fine. I am on a zoom. Let me reset. Yep, this is fine. Okay. So which one I selected? Where is it? This one. This looks good. Just 5 colors, pretty good enough. What I'm thinking is, like, we don't use plain white background as your body. What I'll do is this light gray kind of a thing. I'm going to use this as the background of my body. So right now, if you notice, the background is pure white. I'm going to change it. I'm going to use a little grayish kind of a thing for my body background. So let's go back to VS Code and let's close pretty much all the files as of now. We just need 3 files, index.html, index.css, and comment.css. That's all we need. So in my body, we will be doing a background color of white. Sorry, not white, of this color, which one we have selected. At the same time, I want to remove the margins for all of these: h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, h6, and paragraph tag. Margin 0 pixel. It's pretty annoying if working with the default margin. So I just remove them and then we'll work with our own. Now let's write some structure. Now if you notice in my whiteboard, we have 3 things. We have in the navigation bar, we have 3 things. We have the image, we have the logo, the text, whichever your title is, followed by the search button. So that is what we are going to write here. So in my navigation bar, I'll go back to code now. So in my navigation bar, what I will do is very simple: create an image, img src. We don't know as of now. Just give it a hash. Alt attribute, alternate. So alternate text will be logo. And after that, we will have an h1. Let's give it with the h1. Call it strip to view, and search will be a button, so button, and the text is going to be search. Okay, and this nav bar, we will give some CSS, so we are gonna do that. And before that, let's move on to our browser, because there directly we can give using inspect element and all the dynamic CSS we can give, and then later we can copy that and paste it in our HTML. So going back to Firefox, this is right now the scene, navigation bar, pretty much all the elements are inline. So maybe for h1, what if I change this, all the elements are block. So for h1, if I change it to inline, this should be good. h1 is now inline. Okay, that's pretty nice. That's pretty neat. What else can we do here? We can change the background color of this navigation bar to white. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to choose the element, background color goes white. It means hash fff. Okay. In the body, why did it not take it? Interesting. Did I attach the correct CSS? Did I save my CSS? Okay. Let's check in the head tag. Do we have the CSS attached? We have assets, CSS, common. Interesting. Why did it do like this? Let's check. Okay. Yep. One small mistake. I'll show you. One small mistake can cause a lot of harm. One small typo. In my style sheet, I was missing the L. So style sheet. Okay. So anyway, since we are back in the code editor, let's quickly do that. So we thought the h1 will be inline. So I'm going to create a utility class for this, display of inline, dinline, that will do display inline. So whichever element I give this class, it will have the display inline property. So for h1, I'm going to give this utility class dinline. And for the nav bar, we thought that we are going to give the background as white. So nav bar goes background color hash fff. Okay, so we'll go back to the browser now and see how it looks. And this is whiteboard. Let's go to the Firefox. So this is how it looks as of now, which is fine. Maybe a little bit of padding might be helpful. So in my navigation bar, let's go to nav. So here, a little bit of padding. I'm not sure about 0.5, not much. 0.5 rem. This looks good. Navigation bar padding is pretty good. Obviously the button, I want it on the right hand side. So for that also I will create probably a utility class, called as f-right for float right, and maybe one more f-left for float left if later I want to use it. And font size, I am not sure, but this looks fine to me. Maybe later I might increase it, because right now we haven't even, changed the font. So that also we will be doing that later. So for now it's pretty good. So this padding thing I will copy, and let me quickly copy this. And we'll go back to my code. And in the navigation bar, I'm going to paste it. So padding is 0.5 rem. Pretty good. And for the image, for the button, I want it on the right hand side. So I'll create a class is equal to quotes, and the Angular packet is missing. So here we go. And here we'll create a class called as f-right. We need it to be on the right side. So in my comment.css, again, I'll create a class f-right. This will be float of right. Okay. For left also, I'll create a utility class. So f-left, that is going to be float of left. Okay. So now my button is on the right hand side. On the button, I want to do a lot of things actually. What I'm planning is maybe on the button we'll change the color and add this animation or something. So for that I might need to give it a class. So button, I will give a nice class called as nav button, navigation button. And here I'm going to write a couple of CSS. So first of all, I don't want the gray background of the button, so I'm going to change it. I'm going to make it to white. Background color, I'm going to make it white. #FFF. And the border also I'm going to fix. So border 1 pixel solid, and the color I want yellow one. So if I go back to my Firefox, and from the color palette, not this one, I'll close it. This one, this yellow. So I'm going to copy this. Go back to my code, and I'm going to use this one. Paste. Now I also want border radius, so I'm going to use a border radius of 5 pixel, not much, not less. 5 pixel is the average decent enough border radius value. Padding, I want a padding about 0.25 rem everywhere, or maybe horizontally let's increase. I want a longer button, so 1 rem on the longer side and 0.25 again. So when you have 3 values, it's like top, horizontal, bottom. So horizontal is 1 rem, top and bottom is 0.25. You can also do 2 values. I'm not really sure why I did 3, but yeah, we'll fix that. Or maybe we'll just let it be. It's okay. For button, I also want to change the cursor. So I'm going to change the cursor to pointer. It's pretty obvious at this point. And another thing I want is hover. So obviously, I'm going to attach hover on this. So nav button : hover is going to be background color, backdrop filter name, background color. We're going to change it to this. Here we go. And the color of the text, we're going to make it white. Okay. Now at this point, let's see how it looks. So this is my button here. And if I hover, you see the color of this button is changing. You can notice now. Okay. So, but it's changing immediately. I want a little bit of animation, here. And also the font is very small. Maybe I want to change the font size as well. Let me increase the font size. Font size, let me put it on 1.4 rem. Yeah, this looks way better. So I'm going to change the font size to about 1.4 rem. This looks really, really good. And also give a transition property. So transition is used to animate those things, animate all of these changes in properties. So I'll go back here. Change the font size. So font size becomes 1.4 rem. Transition, not transform, transition. All transitions should take about 0.25 seconds, not more than that. 0.25 is good enough time for anything. Now let's see. Let's go back to Firefox, and let's see. Now if I do, it's pretty smooth transition. You see? Let me zoom and show you. It's pretty smooth. Okay. Logo is very weird. I mean, obviously we need a logo. So let's quickly do that. I'll go to an image called as flat icon. Flat icon is a free tool where you have like a lot of images, you know, like 7.2 million icons, which is pretty good. I am zoomed in a lot. So let me resize it. I'm going to search for crypto, and let's see what coin do we get. I don't want to show a logo, specific logo. I don't want to show something, you know, which is like that. Maybe a generic coin logo I want. Let's see. Do we have something here? Nope. Next page. Yeah, we have to see the ads. It's a free one, right? So they will have to make money somehow. Nope, not that good. Nope. Next page. Oh, this one looks good. This C means coin. I mean, yeah, this looks good. So let's use it. I'm gonna download the PNG. Yep, free download. It will download. Let me quickly save it. I have it on the downloads folder. Let me quickly move it and save it in the file manager for this one. So in my code, let me quickly, and I'm going to save this inside my assets, inside the images, because it is an image, right? It's an asset and an image. So I'm going to copy this image, and inside images, I'm going to paste it as logo.png. And here we go. Let me go back to my code and show that to you. Here we have the image, cryptocurrency. Let me quickly rename this and make it as logo.png. You can open, and you're using image preview built-in. This is our logo. Now, in my index.html, I have to attach this. So /assets/images/logo.png. And let's see how it looks. We'll go back to Firefox. And we don't need flat icon anymore. Maybe we will need for footer on the GitHub. We will do that as well. But the image is really big. We have to fix that. For image, we need to probably use a class or something. Right now, I didn't give any class to my image. So maybe I'll give, I don't know, logo image or something. Not now. Maybe I'll just change it here as well first. So this image, what I want is, I want to control the height. So height, let's start with 1 rem. 1 rem is really small. Maybe 2 rem. 2 rem looks decent good. So I'm gonna go with 2 rem. So I'll go back to my code and give it a class. This one I'm going to call it logo-image, logo-img. In my common.css, create a new class for this, logo-img. Give it a height of 2 rem. Okay, pretty good. One thing also I'm thinking about, because if you go back to Firefox, we see that text is not aligned with the image. So we might want to fix that as well. The text is, little lower than as compared to the image. So what I'm thinking is, for this h1 as well, maybe I will increase the font size to 2 rem. And also I might do vertical align from the top. Okay, this looks better. This looks way better than your typical, logo there. So this is better. Let's go to code and let's code this up. So h1, I will give a class name, I don't know, title. In my common, I'm gonna create another class. Title, here we go. Font size becomes 2 rem, and vertical align becomes from the top. I get a line and I align it from the top. That's pretty good. Maybe I want a little bit alignment from the top as well, maybe some margin. So I'm going to do one more thing. Here I will create a utility class, which will from the top, from all sides. So basically we'll start with left side, because right now, if you notice, the title here, the company name or whatever name, and the image, they are very, very close. So I want to fix that. So what I'll do is, I'll give a margin left of 1 rem. Okay. And this is a utility class. So again, margin left of 1 will give margin left of 1 rem. Maybe I'll just do for all 4 right now. So margin right of 1, again we'll give margin right of 1 rem, margin bottom of 1, we'll give a class here now, margin bottom, margin bottom of 1 rem, and left, right, bottom, top. So margin top of 1 will give again a class needed, margin top of 1 rem. Okay, so these are all just the utility classes which we have created. So that should be fine. Button is working fine. Button is working fine, you can see. And it looks comparatively better than what it used to do. Button is very small. Maybe we can change the height of this. Let's see. On the button, can I give height as 100%? Okay, that might not help. In that case, we might go ahead and give probably padding from the top or margin from the top. I'm not really sure. Let's try both of them. Okay, whatever works, you know. So maybe I will give, okay, padding might not work. Yes, padding might not work in the button because padding will be for inside. So padding will not work. Margin will work. So we can give a margin of top about 0.25 rem or something. You know, this might be good. This might look good. So we have uniformly aligned button. At the same time, let's also quickly get the font. So what I want to do is go on to Google Fonts and fetch the font. Let's remove everything. No need to also, let's remove. And I think I'm zoomed in here as well. Let me reset. We'll go with Roboto. Roboto is like, you know, a good enough font. It's not too fancy, not too weird, and at the same time not too basic. So Roboto is a good choice. Baki, other than this, if you want, you have a lot of choice to decide from. Google Font is like a really big resource for fonts. So I'm gonna go with Roboto. Not much, just regular 400, nothing fancy. I'm gonna do the import approach. So this I need to copy the CSS basically inside the style tag. I need to copy this, and in my CSS file, at the top, I will just paste it here. Okay, and we have to copy another thing. We go back here, and we have to copy CSS rules here, which I will apply everywhere. So I'm just gonna paste it inside the body tag. So go back here, and inside the body, just paste it. Okay, so let's see how that looks. Let's go here to my code, and this looks better. You know, crypto view, this font looks really better than what we had by default. Okay, so this is comparatively better than what we had initially. Okay, we are back. I hope you have enjoyed your break. Let's jump into the code. So by the way, this is how it was looking when we left it. Just the nav bar was done, font was done, you know, logo and everything from this side was done. Button we were trying to fix to give it a decent enough height. So we were doing this thing here, right? And we tried height, which did not work. We tried padding. What is the problem with padding? Padding says, what does it say? Invalid property value. Let's go to code and see what exactly is invalid here. Padding 0.25 rem, okay, 1 rem, okay, 0.25 rem it has to be. One small text is missing, one small character misses, and things mess up. And now it looks good. Now this is what I was expecting, like little big button, but you know, looking good at the same time. After my nav bar, let's go and add the sections. So in my index.html, I already have 2 sections here. So the first one is going to be my section for the main text, you can say, or something. So what I'll do is I'll create a container here, div class container. I'm not really sure what CSS this container class will have, but something it will have. And another one we'll create, div class, and this one will be flex container. The reason I'm doing this is because we want the text, the reason I'm doing this is because we want the text and the image to be on the left and right together, right? And when the mobile phone layout appears, when the screen shrinks to SP, then what we want, that one should be above and one should be below. So for that purpose, we need to have some sort of like a responsiveness, which, Flex will give us out of the box. So again, Flex container is like a utility class. So for this, I will just go on to my CSS now and try to create a util class here. And what I will do is, or maybe this might be specific to index only. And the reason I'm saying this is because index only have this home page, right? Sorry, this left and right part. Other pages don't have this. So why do I, bloat my common.css with all of these things? Maybe I'll just add my index.css. So here, Flex container. And this will be obviously display Flex. We want responsiveness also, so we want to do Flex wrap. Flex wrap going to be a wrap. If the width is less, make sure that we are flexing it and we are putting it one below the other. Flex container will also have a flex item. I'm not really sure about the property what we will give here, but we'll give something. So let's quickly create the items here. So on the left hand side for the flex item, div class flex item. On the left hand side, what do we have? We have an h1, the title, crypto view, and maybe a paragraph tag. I don't know, what do we say? A platform to view information about all cryptocurrencies live. Maybe this. And this is done. Flex item is pretty much done here. And we'll create another one. Div class flex item. And this will have an image. I don't know what image. We will probably pick something maybe from Andro. Andro is a good resource. So we will have that src. src is nothing at the moment. alt, I'll give maybe, I don't know, home page main image. Okay, so let's go into the browser and let's actually fetch some image for this. So I'm gonna go to a website called as Undraw. It's a pretty good website. It has open source illustrations, so everything is free here. And let's do the browse. And I don't know, search for crypto. Wait, where am I typing? Here, crypto. There are many other illustration websites. Which one do I like? Stock prices. This looks good. This looks good. So I'm going to download the SVG for this. Downloads is done. Let me quickly copy this and paste it on my folder of assets. Okay, I'm going to paste it inside assets. So let me quickly do that. Revealing File Explorer. Here we go. Paste the SVG. Okay, so I'll go back to the code and show you. We have the Undraw stock, this thing. And this is an SVG, so it will show like an SVG. SVG is like a code only. So that's okay. We'll rename this and rename this to, I don't know, main image. Main image.svg. So in my index.html, again, my source will now become /assets/image/main image.svg. Okay, let's see how that looks. Go back to my browser, and we don't need Undraw anymore, so we'll close it. And this looks weird. So let's try to fix this. Let's try to fix this one. The problem here is both of these. Now, for example, this div is taking 100%. So what I want to do is, say for example, flex item. I want that, hey, don't take more than 50%. So I'm going to write it here for my flex item, both of them, right? So width is going to be like 50%. Okay. And image also I might want to reduce because image is also really big. So in the image here, I want to reduce the width of this. So I don't know, about 75%. Okay, this width is pretty good. So I'm gonna do this. Okay, and I think still the h1 and everything is fine here. Taking width, and this one is also 50% in that case. Okay, and let's try to write this in the CSS. So I'll go back to my index.css file. Here we go. And for flex item, let's write the width as 50%. Take 50% of the width. And wait, again a typo. We don't want to make typos. And for the main image, did we give a class? We did not give it a class, so let's quickly do that. Class is equal to main-img, and in my index.css, main-img. For this, what I'm planning is width of about 75%. Okay, so I don't want too much width, right? I just want a little bit of width, and that should be good enough. Let's go back to my Firefox and try to see what is happening now. Okay, so now what do we have? Oh, not this. So we have the image which is comparatively smaller. It's comparatively smaller and better. But at the same time, we still have a problem of all of them coming one below the other. So how we can fix that? Let's see. Flex container is this one. Above that is a container which is fine, which is completely okay. And this one is taking 50%. Let's try to reduce this. Let's see if we can, reduce this and see if we can bring them together. What about 45%? Nope. What about 40%? Nope. So even if we try to reduce the width of my flex items, it will not go in the same line. Interesting. Is both of them are inside flex? No, flex container for some reason is not flex. And yes, that reason is type. The reason I'm doing this and I'm not cutting them out is because this is like a real world situation. When you write code, you make typos, you make mistakes, then you debug, and then you do all of it together. Now I've fixed the typo in my code, and you see both of them are together. We still look very weird because I want this to be center aligned. So here in my flex container, I'm going to use one property called as align items. Align content, or was it align items? No, it was align items. So align items, items, and center. So now you see the text is comparatively centered with respect to the image. Both of them are still stuck at the top, which we are going to fix. So we'll go back to the code, and that stuck at the top and left and right, that we can very easily fix using margin properties. Before that, in my flex container, I also want to write a property called as align items, and that is going to be center. So my text and the image, both of them are aligned at center with respect to each other. The text which I want it on the left side, maybe 10 rem or something. So I'll create a class, I'll create a div with a utility class of margin left of 10, and wrap everything inside this div here. And here we go. In my common, I'm going to give this utility class. Here, let me give it margin left of 10 will take you a margin left of 10 rem. Simple. A utility class for this, and you have margin left. It still sticks at the top, so I want to fix that as well. We already have container, and let's give it a class here, margin top of 1. So I'm going to have some space from the top so that it looks pretty comparatively better. Or maybe I want to increase. I'm not really sure. Let's see how that looks. I'll go back to Firefox, and it looks comparatively better than the previous one, but it still is very weird. So let's see if we can fix this and try to give a little bit more margin. Maybe we'll give about 5 or 7 rem or something like that. So margin top, I will create one more class for 5. So here in my common, for the top ones, I'm going to give empty of 5. So this becomes margin top 5 rem. Now this should look better. This should look way better. If we go back to Firefox, this looks better. Even if we close this, crypto view, a platform to view various cryptocurrencies. Like this is better. Now next what I want is I want to show the top coins. So for that section, we'll go back here in my index, and I don't need this extra space. Yep, for top coins in the section here, what I want to do is I want to start with H1, right? We show like a title here. So H1, like show, I don't know, top coins or something. And below that, I have a div. Now this will be like a scrollable, horizontal scroll of div, which we have planned. This will also be a flex. So class will be flex container. But this will also be a horizontal flex. So flex horizontal. Again, I could have given any random class name, but the reason I'm giving these specific class names is to improve the readability. Improving the code readability, that means that just by looking at the HTML, you can think what the CSS is doing. That's why. Okay. So flex container, we already have flex container. For the H1, I want it on the center. So class will be text center. So I'm going to go to my common here and give it a class, give it a text center and call it text align center. Okay. I want this this to be not black. Maybe I want this, that yellow one which we have saw before. I'll give it color yellow or something. Again, meaningful. So I'm going to give it a class color yellow. And what was that color? I need to pick again. So we'll go back to my Firefox and we will check the color palette. And this was that FCA311. Okay. Meanwhile, this is how my code looks right now. This is how the UI looks right now. Now we'll go back to the code. And color yellow is going to be color, which is hash. Remember to prepend hash here. And now this will be a yellow color text. Very simple. Below that we have flex container, which we already covered the class. For flex horizontal, now that we need. So flex hyphen hori. For this we need the flex direction to be row, and overflow, like the wrapping, should not be allowed. So flex wrap will be no wrap, because we want scroll there, right? So flex wrap has to be no wrap, otherwise it will come on the next line. Then what's the horizontal scroll? So we have to fix that as well. Okay, now let's prepare a card. At least prepare one card. Okay, for that we'll go to a whiteboard and let's see how it was looking. So whiteboard looks, each card has, I think, image on the left, name on the right, price below. Simple, 3 components, nothing fancy, nothing complicated. Go to the code, give a couple of lines, create a div. And this will be like, flex item. Now, because we already have used this class, maybe this will be flex item for small card, and inside this we're gonna have an image. So, your image goes here, img. This will be on the left side. So, f left, float of left, and src, we don't have anything. We'll just give the logo. The images are supposed to be dynamically fetched from the network, so we'll just give assets images. Assets images logo. I'll just give the logo. Alternate text will be coin logo, coin image, whatever. And for the right hand side, we'll create another class, div class f of right, and here we want 2 things. First is going to be the coin name. So for example, Bitcoin, which is BTC, to show this. And then I want to show the price. So INR, I don't know what's the price, 30 lakhs or something. Anyway, the data we will fetch, so it doesn't matter. One thing, instead of INR, I want to show the rupee symbol. So I'll go to Firefox and I don't need Roboto, this Google Fonts. I'll close this. I'll search for rupee symbol. This one. So this is a character which you can actually copy and paste in your code. So I'm going to copy this and go back to my code. And here instead of INR, I'm going to replace this with this symbol. Okay. Now, if I can show you, we don't need this anymore. Close it. Flat icon we will need. Palette we need, obviously. So if I scroll down, you see it actually shows the icon. Okay. Yes, the image looks weird. So we're going to fix that. Code. Here maybe I'll give it a class of card image or something. Okay, now in my index.css you have to fix this. So card hyphen image. The previous fix what we did for the logo, the same fix is going to work here as well. So card image in this situation will become your height of about 2 rem. And what also I want is a little bit of padding. So what I'm going to do is padding 0.5 from the top, 1 rem horizontally, and 0.5 from the bottom. Okay. For the card, because now we have to write a card here as well, right? So this is small card, right? Maybe just add another class for the card itself. We can do this because cards, are we going to use cards later? I am not sure. I think we might be using them. I think we might use cards later. So I'm just going to give a separate utility class for this. And in the common, I'm going to create a card for this one. And here I'm going to give the common properties, which is going to be the background color. It's going to be white. Then my border radius, which is going to be 5 pixel, same. 5 pixel again, px. And padding about 0.5 rem, not that much, not that less, simple. And in the index, let's see. Flex item small card. Now I don't want to repeat this, I'll just put flex item small. But anyway, flex item small is specific to index only, so I'll just create a class here, flex item small. I also want to give something called as a minimum width to this. And the reason I'm doing is so that because what happens in flex is when your width shrinks, it will try to reduce. It will try to reduce the width of inner container. So I want key, okay, you can reduce, but the maximum you can reduce up to is 20 rem, say, for example. Not less than that, just 20 rem. Let's see how that looks. Let's see how that looks. I'll go to Firefox. And this is how it looks currently. And yeah, the text is on the left side. Let's fix that. Text was on the right side, so let's quickly fix that. What I'll do is I'll just give left to both of them. So what happens is if I give float of left and then float of left to another element, it will still come one next to each other, but just that in a different priority kind of a thing. So now if you notice, a float of left is here, float of left is here. Simple, interesting, fancy, still easy. Okay. For this, maybe let's copy a couple of these and let's try to see, how it will look in a real world situation where we have about 25 or 30 cards. So let's copy paste this and go to Firefox and see how it looks. Okay. Right out of the box, I can say that we are missing gap property. In Flex, we can have gaps. So gap is like space between the elements here. So I'm going to open my developer console and show that to you, that for this Flex container, we can give something called as a gap about 1 rem. So it's like a space between all of these elements. So that would make it look, really, really clean. Okay. And my top points is also sticking together. So for this, maybe I'm going to create, we already have a class. I'm just going to use it, margin bottom of 1. And this looks good. This out of the box looks good. We start here. And I want to attach scroll, which we have, but it's going outside. We will fix that, not a problem. But what we want to do actually is you want to attach the animation, basically, right? That automatically it should allow scrolling. So we'll do that. And yeah, let's go to the code and let's try to fix all of these changes which we just thought. So first we do mb of 1 here. Second, in my Flex container, not Flex container, in my Flex horizontal, I am going to give gap of 1 rem. Okay. Now we have that, we have the text, we have all of those things, and that looks good. Now let's fix the scrolling issue. Let's add scrolling. So for that we need to add an animation. In CSS, how you attach animation is by attaching something called as a keyframe. Very simple it is, nothing fancy. So attach a keyframe. You give an identifier. Identifier is like a name. I don't know what you call it. Slide, I guess. Just name it slide. And you have to give the percentages. At what percent what CSS should be there. So for example, I start from 0%. I want to take it on the right side about 0 pixel. And when I complete it 100%, then in that time the right should be about 100%. Okay. And this animation I will attach to my flex container here. What I'll do is very simple animation. So it says name, duration, timing function. Okay, so name we already know. Name is slide. Duration about, I don't know, 20 seconds, 15-20 seconds, something like that. If it doesn't work, we'll change it. Timing function, it has to be linear. Delay, we don't need anything, so skip it. Iteration count, we want it infinite, never stop. Direction, maybe let's do it alternate. So it goes from right to left, then left to right, then right to left, then left to right. So like that, it might look good. So we'll do alternate. Fill, we don't need. Okay. And to allow position right, we need to, to allow right property to change, we need to give position relative. So we'll fix that quickly. So if I do this and I go back to Firefox, we can actually see that it is scrolling. So simple. Just by giving your animation properties, you can animate pretty much everything. But we still have one problem. There is excess of this width which we need to fix. Okay, and there is also overflow. So we want to fix this overflow. Very simple. So maybe here itself, let's try to do it in this flex section. Flex horizontal. Let's give a property of overflow of X to hidden. Okay, we don't want any overflow on this one. Okay, and at the same time, we might go ahead and give overflow to our body as well. So let's do that. Let's try that, because if we give overflow hidden, the cards are going. So let's do one thing. Let's allow it. I'll just do overflow X to allow overflowing. Okay, I'll allow overflow. And what I will do actually instead of this is, what do we say? Invalid property value. What? Overflow. Are we missing something? Let's try it right again. Overflow. Okay, we need it on the x-axis, not on the y-axis. And are we writing it here correctly? Overflow x. No, it's fine. Hey, wait, that's still not fine. Weird. Let's try to do it directly in the CSS and see. Sure. Let's try to do it in the CSS and see. So here it should show up, right? So overflow of x here is going to be, oh, it has to be scroll, right? Sorry. So overflow of x of my page is going to be scroll, but that will allow scrolling on the whole page, you know. It will still allow horizontal scrolling in that case, which is fine, which is not a problem in that situation. We are going to fix it very easily. What I will also do, one thing is, I will stop the overflow in the parent. We can do that. We can stop overflowing in the parent. So we have the container. In the container we can do, or do we have some other element here as well? Maybe in the whole section itself, let's stop scrolling, because the whole overflow is happening from the section itself, right? So maybe we can control that. Welcome back. So we left ourselves at the overflow issue, which I'm going to show you right now, which is this. You know, it just doesn't look good. And the last is not scrolling properly. So let's go to code and fix this. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to pause the animation for now and let's see what is happening. So in Firefox, so the scroll is there, but it's on the element. What I want actually is that it should be on the container. What I mean by that is, first of all, I need to remove overflow from this one. Here, I don't need this. I'm going to remove it. So now the whole container becomes full, right? This is what I want. And in the section, I want to stop overflow. So here, overflow I want as hidden. So now there is overflow, there is content which is outside, but you cannot scroll it. And that scrolling we will do using the animation. So let's quickly move this up here. So this is not needed. I don't want overflow here. Animation is needed. For my section, I'm gonna give a class. I don't know. Let's give it top coin or something. Top hyphen coins. Okay, not that much basic. So top coins we'll give, and in my CSS for index, because top coins is specific to index.css, I'm gonna do dot top hyphen coins, and here I'm just gonna do overflow as hidden. Okay, simple. So I'm hiding the overflow on my coins, which now you can see here in my Firefox. It's working pretty normally. I close it and you can see it's there. And this is going to end. Yes, I think we forgot to tell it that it, cannot end. Maybe this extra space, this extra padding, which we can fix using the right property, something. That's not an issue. Maybe we can fix it a little later as well. Moving on to the next one. Next one is going to be a footer. So we have to be careful about the footer as well, because footer is going to be common for all the pages. So let's use that. Go to my index.html. For the footer, what I want. Let's see, what did we plan? So for the footer, what I have planned is very simple. Just a copyright logo, followed by some text, followed by a GitHub image on the left hand side for taking me to the code base. Simple. So let's quickly do that. In my footer, I'm gonna have a paragraph tag, copyright. So copy is an entity, for that we'll use entity, copy, and crypto view, right, developed by Irish and team. Okay, and after that, let's go on to add an anchor tag here. So let's quickly do that. Anchor tag, and inside an anchor tag I will have the image img src. We don't know the source, we will download from flat icon, don't worry. Alt for this will become GitHub image. I'll just write GitHub logo, I don't know. Okay, let's go to flat icon. I'll take you to my browser. Let's go to flat icon here and just search for GitHub. And I think we can select the first table, whatever result comes. Yep, this one looks good. The first result is good. So I'm going to go here, download the PNG again, free download. I don't need to pay anything for it. And it should be downloaded. Hey, yeah, it is. I can check in my downloads folder. Let me quickly copy that and paste it to my assets images. So here we go. Let's paste it. And I take my VS Code here. You can see GitHub 1.png because I already have downloaded. And I'm going to rename this to GitHub _logo. This is the logo. You can see open anyway, and you can see this is logo. Okay. And in the index.html, I will quickly change assets and images and GitHub logo. Now remember, the last two times when we attached images, they all messed up. So here also I am expecting it will mess up. So I'm going to give it a class name. I don't know, footer image, something like that. I'll just give footer image. Anchor will take me to somewhere on GitHub. So anchor href is going to be https www.github.com. Your target is going to be blank. Okay. And paragraph is going to be paragraph, pretty straightforward there. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so go to Firefox and let's try to see how it looks. Scroll down for the footer, and yes, as we expected, image is really big. So let's fix that. Go to code, and footer is for all of them, right? For all pages. So this goes in common. So in common, for my footer image, I'm going to create a class here, obviously. So a class goes here, dot footer hyphen image, and the height Let's give it 1.5 REM. Okay. If this doesn't work, then I'll probably give some other height or something. Let's see how it looks now. Go to Firefox. And yes, the image is better, but the text is again in the next line. And that is pretty obvious. We are using paragraph tag. Paragraph tag is display block. So we have to fix that. I'll quickly check my code here. If I just change here and give it a class of this as class equals to inline. We already made this utility class. So if we give d inline, does it fix or not? And it fixes. That's good. That's better. But image is still on the, sticking together, which we can very easily fix. And here I will give it a class in the image itself. We have a class called as floating. So f of right. Okay. And the image is on the right side. That's good. It's sticking. So probably we'll give some padding to the footer and we'll fix that. So we'll go to the code now and do all of these changes. So those are the class names. So here for my paragraph tag, I'm going to have a class, call it as display of inline. For the image, I'm going to have another class, and we already have that class, and that is going to be f of right, floating on the right side. And for the footer in general, I have some ideas. So for the footer, what I'm thinking is, we are gonna have background color of white. So I want to pick white here. So my background color becomes white. I want to use the hex code. So for white, it's FF. So FFF. And padding, I'll give some padding. A regular padding of, 1 REM or something. Pretty simple. And one more thing I want to do is I want to stick this to the bottom. So I'm going to give position of absolute. And remember what happens in absolute? Absolute is positioned with respect to its nearest position ancestor. So nearest position ancestor for this, I want the body. So I'll just give position relative. I won't give any left, right, top, bottom because we don't actually want to change it. Just give a relative position. So my footer can be aligned with that. And here I want to give bottom to 0 pixel. So if my content is less than the height of my screen, then footer will stick at the bottom. Okay. Now let's see how it looks. I'll go back to my Firefox. Let's see. Okay. And we still have a problem. We have two problems. First of all, the footer is not completely 100%. So let's fix that. In the footer tag, let's give the width of 100%. But 100% will include the padding as well. So what I have to do is I have to calculate. So I'm going to use the calc function. Calculate 100% minus 1 REM, because both the sides we have padding, right? So minus 2 REM. So now it looks good. And at the body tag, not in the head, in the body, I also want to give a padding bottom, right, to handle to accommodate for this footer. So I'm not really sure, about 10 REM. Let's see. Oh, not padding. I want to give padding bottom. Let's see. Okay, 10 REM is probably too much space. I might change it to 5 REM. Let's see now. Yep, 5 REM definitely looks better. So let's put these changes into code. Let's go back here. And in my footer, what did I change? I changed the width. So width becomes a calculation of 100% minus 2 REM. Why 2 REM? Because we have 1 pixel on the right, 1 pixel on the left for padding. Why 100%? Because we want 100% the width. So if we do exact 100%, it's going to take the padding and going to overflow. So we calculate, we tell the browser that, hey, take 100%, subtract the 2 REM on each side, and that should be the width. For my body, I want to do margin bottom. So let's quickly do that here. Margin hyphen bottom. about 5 REM. Okay, and at this time this looks pretty good. If I go back now, if I go back to my Firefox, the home page looks decently good. We have the top points, we have all of this. The data will obviously be fetched by JavaScript when we do that. This problem we have to solve. I am thinking about it. I'm not really sure what is going wrong in this one, but this should be fine. This should have been fine. I think it depends on the number of cards and the width total. So we might be able to fix it by just increasing the number of cards. Just maybe having 25 or 27 cards, whatever. We might actually be able to fix this problem. Let's see. We scroll down. Oh, padding we didn't give, so let me quickly give padding here as well. Oh, we give margin actually, so we have to give padding. So let's give padding and let's see now. And let's see up to the end what happens. 25 points is pretty good. 25 points is decently enough. And it should move. Then after some point it should start alternating. So yeah, just the number of points if we increase that is okay. That extra space will not come. Yes, there is a trade-off that some space will not be shown also, but I guess that trade-off is okay to be done. And that would be it from the homepage side of view. Looks good. Let's move to the search page. Right now this button doesn't work, but we will need to have this button working. So I'll give it an ID so that later we can have something. So here in my index.html, I will give this button an ID. So here, where is my button? Here. At least some ID so that later when we access this using JavaScript, we can have some sort of an identification for this one. Okay. So I don't know. Let's give nav search button. So let's give it here nav-search-button. Okay. So we're gonna give nav search button. Now let's move on to the search screen. Search screen is pretty empty at the moment. Nothing here. Nothing to show. On my Firefox, I can load and see. So we go to /search. Pretty basic. Cannot even get search. Yes, I have to give search.html. So nothing there to see. All empty. Let's write some code. So nav is going to be copied from the navigation bar itself. And I think this would be a good time to actually copy them. So navigation bar, I am going to quickly copy and paste. Yep. And the footer, same thing for the footer as well. Copy and paste. Again, give some comments, this is for the footer. The navigation bar also, this is for the navigation bar. Okay. And we have allotted comment, but we have also made the same bug which we made in the previous one. So I'm going to fix it. Style sheet here, and I'm going to fix it in the other one also, detail, because we copy pasted, right? So yeah, if you make a mistake while copy pasting, it becomes copy pasta. So you have to be careful about that, you're copy pasting it properly. Okay. Now here in my navigation bar, sorry, not in the navigation bar, in my search screen, I'm going to create a section, obviously. And inside this section, I will have an H1. I don't know, what do we call it? We call it search, or what do we call it? Search result, search crypto, I don't know. Search crypto, search results, anything. Let's go with search only, simple. Not going fancy, just search. And let's see how it was supposed to look. So I'll go to white. And here, my search screen was supposed to look like this. My search screen was supposed to have a search title in the middle. We'll fix that very easily. We already have, the helper classes for that. Text middle we already have. The image, I'm sorry, not image, input tags we can do that, probably a flex container, and justify content center will do it. Below that, we will have the card for each of them, like a table sort of a thing. So let's jump into our code. So search, I want, yellow text. So class, we already have a helper class for this, yellow text, and text center. Okay. I want some margin as well, so I'm going to give some class here, margin top of 5, I guess. 5 is fine, or just 1 is also good enough. Not that much, not that less, decently good enough. Okay. Now, after this, we will have our inputs. So I'm going to wrap it inside of div container because we're going to make it flex, and we'll have input type of text. Placeholder is going to be, I don't know, enter coin name. Okay, and with a placeholder, that's fine. Name we have to give because we will also wrap this inside a form. We'll do that. Before that, input type submit. For this, the value is going to be search because search is the text we want to show in the button. So we're going to do that. Whereas this div container becomes a flex container, right? So this class, this becomes flex, or just call it search input container, because flex is not in the common. Flex is not in the common. We didn't plan for that, but it's okay. In the search screen itself, we can just write flex. So here is going to be search input container, and here we'll have a display of flex, and flex direction is obviously going to be row, and we want justify content center. So you want the image, sorry, not the image, the input and this flex to be input and the button to be in the center side. Here I don't need flows index. On the search page, what I also want is that it should have some sort of a margin here as well. So I'll just give an empty of 1. Just some margin, some spacing should be there. Okay. What else I'm thinking? Maybe we'll change the color. Color is yellow text. I'm not really sure. What did you name it? Text yellow. Color yellow. Okay. So we're gonna call it color yellow. Color text nahi, color yellow. Color yellow and text container center. Okay. That is fine. We will wrap everything of this inside a form. And the reason we are doing that is so that when we submit this form, it will directly, take it to the search screen, which is going to be very helpful. So action, not accept, action for this is going to be the same screen. And where are we? Yep, we are here. And it's going to be the same screen. And the mode, or method I should say, method is going to be get. Method is the correct attribute here. So when I submit this form, it will just refresh the page and take me to that same screen. Name we need for this input. So name will be, I don't know, Q for query. So whenever I search for say Bitcoin, BIT, it should take me to the BIT URL. And to show that to you, I'll take you to my Firefox here. So now if I'm searching for bit, hit enter, it search and the query becomes BIT. If I'm say searching for something else, say Ethereum, ETH, EREUM, whatever, it will change the query and show me Ethereum. And this thing works if I search for pretty much anything and I click enter, then also it searches. If I click on the button, then also it searches. So that is helpful for me. Without any JavaScript, just by built-in HTML, I can use functionalities like these. Okay. Now, after this, after my search container, I want a simple horizontal row. So HR horizontal rule. And after this, I want to have the search result container. It's also going to be flex. I'm not really sure at the moment, but let's see. While we develop, we'll figure out something. So here I'm going to create a div. Again, very simple, very simple. And this is going to be class search result container. Inside this, we will have, a single search basically. So div class single search result. For each of them, we will have a single result. So this is like each single card, individual card. Okay. So for this, what I want is search result container. At this point, I don't have any idea here. But single search result, I am actually having a couple of ideas. So inside single search result, what I want is, I'll show you what we planned actually. So we can see here, it was supposed to be the ID 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, followed by the logo, followed by your text, big text, followed by a button for more information. Okay, so these were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things which we wanted to do. So ID, I will put it in the paragraph tag here, and the name and everything. Before that, we have to put image src. Again, same assets logo. We're gonna reuse this thing, and alt for this is becoming coin logo, something like this. Below that, we will have an h3, say Bitcoin. Below that, we will have another h3, say BTC. Below that, we will have a button, say more info. Again, these are not actually going to be below each other. They are going to be in the same line that we can very easily fix using display flex. Okay, so but before that, this is how it is supposed to be like. Each single card, each single search result will have this information. Okay, now let's give some CSS to this search.css. Right now we have not given pretty much anything. So for search result, let's try to fix this. This is going to be a card, so I'm going to change it and give it a card as well. The background and the border and everything we can fix because we have it in the utility class. Now, meanwhile, the search.css, what I want is obviously the container. This is search, SEARCH, search result container. This fellow, I want it to be flex. So I'm going to give display of flex. And flex direction, it's okay. It's going to be column only, one below the other. Flex wrap, we don't need to care about it because everything is one below the other. Okay, so that is fine. For single search result, this is going to be interesting. So for single search result, again, we are going to use display flex. We can use flex inside one another. That's not a problem. Nesting of flex is completely allowed. But this one is going to be row. So flex direction, row, and flex wrap. We can allow wrapping so that we don't get into overflow. So if there is no space, then do it. Flex hyphen wrap is going to be wrap. Allow wrapping. Background color we already know for the card. What else can we give? Padding. We can give some padding. How much? I'm not really sure. 0.5 rem. And how about 2 rem or something like this? Okay. So let's see. This should be fine. This should be fine. Margin also, I'm thinking, just on the one side we need. So 0 rem here, but about 5 rem on the left and right we want. Top and bottom is okay, 0 rem. Search result container here, I might also give it a class of empty1, just to give some space on the top. And meanwhile, this image we have to fix because every time we added some image, it was messing up. So single search result, having an image, fix that, and fix it like this. Give it a height of 2 rem. Okay, then what else do we want? Paragraph. Paragraph we want some height, or we want to increase something. Maybe for h3 especially we want to increase. So single search result, having an h3, should increase the font size to about 1.5 rem. Just have something. Let's see how it looks right now. So this is how it looks. Everything is stuck together. This we can very, very easily, using something called as justify content. So here my search input container, single search result. Here I will just give justify content about space between. So now if we go back to my Firefox, you see the spacing is pretty good. The paragraph is at the top. I want to fix this fellow, so maybe I'll give some margin, I guess. Not really sure. Let's see. Can I give a margin of top of 0.5 rem? Thoda center mein, it's a little bit center, maybe a little light. 0.4 is good. So I'm going to give 0.4. How about 0.45? 4.5. I think 4.5 is better. So I'm going to go to my code here. And for single search result, for a paragraph inside it, I want to give a margin top of 0.45 rem. A little bit than that. Okay. And this same thing is going to be copy pasted, right? So I'm going to copy paste this fellow. Copy and paste and paste. Okay, we are pasting some additional div, I think. Let's quickly check that. I just want single search result from here to here. Okay. Let's paste. So paste and paste and paste and paste and paste and paste and paste a couple of times just to see how it looks. So let's see. And out of the box, we can notice that, hey, we are missing the cap property. So let's quickly give that property. In my search for the flex container, gap is going to be about 1 rem. Oh wait, which one I'm doing? Yeah, we can do here, or we can also give one more thing. About here as well. No, not here. I don't want to give gap here. Here itself we can try single search container, not single search, sorry, search result container. So this one we can have search result container here, give it a gap of 1 rem. Let's see how that looks. Let's go back to Firefox. And that doesn't work. For some reason that doesn't work. I'm probably guessing we have a typo. Let's see. Search result. Yep. There's a typo in the class name. So let's quickly fix that. Where is my HTML? Let me open the HTML. And let's fix search result container. Here we go. Now we have got the gap. Gap is, I think, too much. Maybe I want to change it to 0.5. Let me quickly change it from the HTML side. I'm sorry, from the code. I'm going to change the gap to about 0.5 rem. Yeah, this looks better. This looks way better than what it was. I want same thing. I want a little hover on this thing, a little bit of hover. So on this row, single search result, I want a hovering. What I'm going to do is, I am going to first of all have a hover class here. Pseudo class, it's actually a pseudo class. So single search result, colon, hover. And in the hover, all I will change is maybe the box shadow. Because I want to feel it, it's like lifted. I want to feel it elevated. So I'm just going to give a simple box shadow. Box shadow, it takes a couple of properties, so I don't want anything here. A little thing on this axis, maybe 4 pixel or something. Blur radius, I want about 8 pixel. 8 pixel is good enough. The value RGBA, because I want a little bit of opacity playing here. It has to be a black shadow, obviously, but it should be very, not that solid. Maybe 0.5, I guess. Okay, let's see how it looks. So when I go here and I hover on any of them, okay, this doesn't work. Why does this not work? Did I save the file? And let's check. Single search result, hover. What did we do? What did we miss? Let's check. Yep, in my section, inside this section, let's try to open this. No, not this one. This one, search container, single search result. Let's open any of them. Hey, one of them is overflowing. That's okay. Why is you might check it later why is this one overflowing, but it's fine because it's pretty much copy of others. Anyway, so this one, when I hover on this, so can I hover from here? Nope. From here I can select hover, and when I hover we have the CSS applied, but we have a problem. Invalid property value. Interesting. What is the value we are thinking? We are thinking 0x, again 0x, it has to be 0px. Yes, and now you can see that it is actually hovering. So uncheck this. I don't want to force hover, but whenever I bring my mouse here, it is going to hover. Okay. I want it to be smooth, so same thing, transition we'll add. Go back to my code and fix this. Nice and easy bug. Fix this, and I also want a transition to everything pretty much, and 0.25 seconds. Not that too much, but a little bit, So if you go on to Firefox, we can see there is a smooth transition here. So we can see whichever we have hovered on. Button also, I want a little bit fancy transition, fancy animation sort of a thing. So let's quickly fix that. So here we go. In my code, for a single search result, for the button, what I'm looking is that first of all, it should be white background. So background color has to be white. And then the border, I'm thinking 1 pixel solid, but this time the blue color from our palette. From this palette, this we don't need, we can close it now. From this palette, I'm thinking this blue color. So copy this, go back to code. So it's going to be 1 pixel solid followed by this color, right? Simple. And then what I want is a little bit of border radius, pretty standard here. So border radius, it's going to be 5 pixel, nothing much. Cursor obviously going to be pointed, and animation we will be giving. So transition is going to be all 0.25 seconds. When I hover on this, when I hover on the single search result and the button, on the button especially, because this will be this pseudo class is on the hover, pseudo class is on the button. So when I hover on this, change the background color and change this background color to the dark blue, which we have here, and change the text color to white. Okay, so let's go back to that and see. Move to here. So now when I hover on this, you see more info is like highlighted here. I want a little bit more padding on this. More info is looking really, really weird. So I'm just going to quickly attach padding to this button. So how much padding I'm thinking? Top and bottom is fine. So that is 0 pixel. On the horizontal side, I'm thinking maybe 1 rem or something. So a little bit more, you see. Now it has some space. It's breathing out. You have additional space here, which looks kind of good. I mean, you're making a pretty good project here. The input also, I want it to be a little bigger. Right now, the input tag is really, really small. Input tag and the button. So maybe we'll attach and we'll change, the font size basically. That's all we need to change. So we go to the code. And here we have search input container. We should have somewhere. Search input container, we can simply change the font size. So maybe I'll make it for a separate one. So search input container, in that we have whatever inputs we have. For that, change the font size to about 1.5 rem. Okay. Have a little bit, bigger inputs basically. Okay. So then we might be able to, okay, we might have a problem here. I forgot to notice it actually didn't work, and the reason for that is we use angular brackets. Angular bracket is for direct child, remember? So what we have to do is we have to use space. Space is for descendant, and now you can see the search is actually a little bit bigger. Whatever coin you search, ABCD, it'll search and it'll take you back to this screen. Okay. So at this point, my search screen is also pretty much done. Looks fancy, looks good. One thing I forgot to do is when I click on this title, when I click on this, navigation main part, it should take me back to my home screen. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. And in this video, we will be continuing the development of HTML and CSS of our Crypto.U project. Till now, what have we done? Let's do a quick recap. Till now, we have worked on the search screen. Search screen is pretty much done. Your input is there, your search results are there. And we have done the home page. Home page is just your some about information followed by a graphic, like a simple image here, followed by the top points. The data and all of these things is going to be dynamic, that will be fetched using JavaScript. Now let's move on to the detail screen, and it's empty. Well, that's because we haven't started. And before starting, let's just take a quick look at the wireframe, what we have decided. So let's go onto the whiteboard, and here, this is what our plan is. We have the nav at the top. After that, we have got an image on the left hand side, some text on the right hand side, a price, a full width chart, and after that we have got the footer. Okay, cool. So after this idea, let's get back to our VS Code. And here we are. Let me open detail.html. It's pretty empty, right? There's no content. And what I'll do is I'll copy paste the nav and footer first. That thing we need to start with. So from here only, I'll just copy the navigation. Copy this, go here, paste it, and copy the footer. So copy this, go here and paste it. Yep, fix the indentation as well. Fix it here and fix it here. Okay, good. Let's see how it looks in the browser. Okay, we have a problem. The footer was supposed to be sticking at the bottom, but it's not. Why is it not sticking? Let's see. Let's inspect. And okay. It seems like the body is only having that much height, which is expected because the content is very less. So what I want to do is I want to give a property called as min height to 100 VH, but then that will be extra space. So at the same time, I want to calculate 100 VH minus whatever the width of my footer is, right? So I want to calculate that. What I'm thinking is probably 5 rem or something, not really sure, but let's see. Let's try to do that. Min height 100 VH, or we can also give percentage in this case. No, then percentage will be a problem because that will take with the content. So height becomes VH, and we want to calculate. So calc, and here after that minus about 10 rem. Nope, that's too much. About 5 rem, because 5 was the padding, right? Remember we had the 5 rem padding, so we'll just reduce that. And now if my content is less, then it's pretty fine. Let's change this in the code as well. So here in my common, because this is a common property for all screens, so in my body I'm going to do margin minimum height, calculate that to be about 100 VH, whatever it is, minus 5 rem because of the padding which we have done at the bottom. Let's see how that looks on other screens, right? So detail is fine. Going to home we have scroll, and at the bottom we have the footer, all good. I'm going to search /search.html. At the search also we have data, and at the footer, at the bottom we have the footer. So all good from this side as well. Now on the detail screen, we have sections, right? We have basically 2 sections. So what I'm thinking is the first section is going to be this one, and the second one is going to be this one. So your chart and everything has a separate section in itself. Okay, now let's go to the code and let's prepare those sections. Why not? That's the next task. So section, and should be another one. Section, here we go. This one I will put a comment. This is the description section. Okay, and this one, this is the price chart section. Okay, so these are the 2 sections which I have just created. Now the description section is supposed to have an image on the left hand side, and after that it's supposed to have the text and price and description and everything. So we have image img src if you're going to use assets logo. So assets images logo, alt tag becomes coin name, coin name, sorry, coin logo, and we're gonna give a class. Class is going to be f of left. We want to float it on the left hand side. And the other div, which will contain all of your prices and everything, will also have a class of float of left. We have seen that trick in the card of my scroll on the home page, remember? So this trick works. First one is going to have 3 prices. So probably it will be a div. It will be a flex container again. We should have made flex container in common. But anyway, this will be 3 prices, INR something. Then another one, UST something, then another one price, EUR something. Okay. Below that, below the prices, or maybe before the prices, I want to have an H1, like a coin name basically, Bitcoin or whatever. So I want to have this. Then we will have the price. Followed by this, I want to have the description. So maybe a paragraph tag for description, just to show this. And below that, I will actually have description, which I'm going to use lorem ipsum. So for this, I'm going to use lorem ipsum. Pretty straightforward step, basic idea, basic understandings here. And yep, that should be good enough. What also I want to change, maybe we will add the flex to this, but yeah, we'll do that later. We don't have to worry about it right as of now. So we'll fix on that. Lorem ipsum is fine. Overflow we'll have to handle, so that is okay. Yep, that should be good enough. So coin name, let's fix to Bitcoin. Image is also going to give us a headache, so we have to fix that. Bitcoin. Maybe I'm thinking, what if we use flex here as well? So instead of using float left on both the sides, why don't we use section as a flex itself? Right, we can do that. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of having this, I'm just gonna give the section itself a class of flex container. So for my section, detail.css, I don't need search, I don't need index. For detail.css, flex container will be display flex, and flex wrap obviously has to be a wrap. For the image one, we're gonna give it a class and call it main image, my main img. In my detail, let me bring it side to side, so we can do it pretty quickly. So main img, for this one what I'm going to do is main -img. This one I'm going to fix the width to about 75%. Oh wait, but then this will take 75% of the parent, so I want this to be 25%. Just very small width. I'll just resize this so we have the more space here. On the second div, for the second one here, the second flex container, I'll go to class. I'll call it main text. I don't know, and not main text. I'll give it main contents. Again, something meaningful. So in the class main -contents. What do we do here? We give a width, obviously with the pending width of 75%. We'll go here. And h1 and all of these will be blocked, which is completely fine, which is okay. But you might want to adjust the paragraph and all of those things in this case. Okay, let's try this out. I'm not sure, but this might work. Let's see the browser. Let's see how it looks. So we go to Firefox, and it works. It works pretty nicely. Yes, we need to fix on the spacing. We will do that now. So in the image, what I want in the main image, I want a padding of about 5 rem or something. I want some space, right? I want this padding here. Width I will reduce by the same. So calculate the width 25% minus 5 rem. Whatever the width is. And oh wait, I need to reduce 10 rem because 5 on both the sides, right? So maybe 10 rem. And main contents also, I need some padding from the top. So padding top I will give anyway. 5 rem, so everything looks uniform. Bitcoin has something maybe below this. I'm gonna give some space, so MD of 1. We have this anyway. This div again is going to be a flex container, so class flex container. Imagine how little CSS we have written. We are pretty much designing a whole page with that. Imagine that. This one is going to be space between, because I want pretty much space, or maybe space evenly. We'll see. I'll just call it spacing. I will fix the class name also later, but we want to see first. So spacing, and we'll start with justify content space evenly. Okay, I'll show you how it looks. So this is how it looks right now. INR is something, maybe I'll give proper prices and see, just try to visualize. So something like this. USD might be comparatively less. EUR also might be less. So something like this. This would be your space evenly. Okay, I can see here space evenly. We can change it to space around. Okay, space around. This is how it would. Hey, not save this. This is how it will look in space around. Space between will look weird. No, space around is good, or space evenly. Space evenly, space around, space evenly, space around. Space around looks more spacious. Space around looks spacious. Okay. Anyway, so I might use space around. This looks good. So let's change it in my code. Okay, I've already done that. Anyway, let's go back to the code. And for this, I will create the class name. I'll fix it. Call it space around. Again, meaningful class names. Space hyphen around. Same thing. We need some, spacing. So MD of 1. I'll give empty of 1 also. Like, just have some space above and below. Description, maybe I might change it into an H4 or H3, just a little bit, but a little bit bolder. And class name again, empty 1. So have some space above that. And my main text, I need to give it something good, right? I want to give it yellow color, or color yellow. I forgot what was the name. I think it was color yellow. Let's confirm. And yes, it is color yellow. Okay. So description is there. There is quite some space. Is it? No, there's not. That's just. Maybe we want a little bit padding here as well, because it's sticking at the corner. We want to fix that. So in the code, for the main content, I'm going to give a padding as well here. Padding left and padding right, I want to calculate. So left is fine. Just on the right side, I want about 5 rem. Let's see. So if we do that, then we'll have to calculate the width as well. So calc 75% minus 5 rem, because only one side we have, right? 5 rem is fine. And okay, this looks good. We have some space on the left as well. And if the description was much longer, then that would also be completely fine. At the same time, I want to pick the logos, and not logo, what do I say? The currency icons. So let's pick that. So, rupee symbol, I'll search. Rupee symbol. Hey. Yep, this is what I want. So copy this. And I'm going to directly paste it in the code here. Just when I save, you can see the change. So rupee is done. USD. So USD is dollar, we know that. So we already have that symbol in our keyboard. So the one number 4. So dollar. Euro, I think we don't have. So I'm going to quickly check for euro symbol. This one, how can I copy this? Can I copy? No, it's not a copy. This one, yep, this one I can copy. So I'm going to copy and paste it in my code here. So here you can see the euro symbol is also updated. One thing I just noticed here, that we are missing a fav icon. Fav icon is basically this small image which you see, for example, here. For colors, you see their logo. For Bing, you see the search symbol. So we are missing fav icon from our page. So let's quickly give that. And fav icon we will need to give on all 3 of the pages. So I'm going to close this, and meanwhile I'm going to open all the 3 HTML files, index as well as search. Okay, so here I have to give link, rel is going to be shortcut and icon. So shortcut icon, href obviously we need to give. So give is going to be assets, images, logo, and we have to give type. The type is going to be image/png. It is a PNG image, not ONG. It is PNG. Okay, so image/png should be fine. And assets is link, rel, blah blah blah. And now in my Firefox, now I'm using Edge. Firefox for some reason it was lagging, so I'm using Edge. So anyway, in my browser, if I go to index, because I updated index only, no, I updated search. So I go to search.html, we see the logo. We see this logo, this is called as favicon. Okay, so let's add this to other pages as well. Just a simple copy paste is enough. So copy this up, go on to my index and paste this fellow here. Go on to my detail as well and paste this fellow here. Okay, so then this would be pretty much done. If I go back to my browser, we can see search already has it. If I remove it and if I check index also has it. If I go on to say detail.html, the detail screen also has it. Below my description, I will have a price chart, but for that we will have to use some sort of a plugin. We'll have to use some sort of an extension here, probably a library. So which I will show you now. Meanwhile, let me quickly create, and section here. Okay, section is already there. So let's go on to the browser and I will show you the library. And the library which we want to use is called as chart.js. Okay, there are many other choices. There are really a lot of choices. So the one which I was planning was something like this, or just a simple line chart. Maybe animation, maybe not animated. I'm not sure at the moment. We will do when we start JavaScript. Okay, right now it was just creation of HTML, CSS. And I just wanted to show you that we will actually be proceeding with this one. And you can see get started. If you go on to get started, it is pretty straightforward. Like you can install using CDN, which we will be using. And I will open this in a new tab. And you will find CDN link somewhere here. This one. No, this is not that one. Oh, this is the link itself. Yep, so I can go on to here and I can, copy the CDN links and all of those files, whichever I need. Anyway, we will be doing that later. We will be doing that, like, you can select chart.min.js. This will be the CDN link which we are going to use. Anyway, that I will explain again when we do JavaScript part of this video, of this series. Before that, meanwhile, here I'm just gonna, put an H1 or something, just to say that, hey, the price history is going to come here. So maybe an H1. I'll call it price history. I want it on the yellow color, so I'm going to give it a class color yellow. We already have that utility class here, right? And also what I want is, I don't know, just show some lorem ipsum. Yeah, we should not show lorem ipsum because it won't be lorem ipsum in the chart, but still some content. Some content is better than no content. And here section, I might want to have some classes. What I want actually is the margins, right? Left and right. In the above one, we give 5 rem. If you notice here, left and right has 5 rem. So same thing I want to try here. Otherwise, it sticks at the corner and doesn't look good. So I'm going to give margin left of 5 and margin right of 5. This class. Okay. So in my search.css. Not CSS, common.css actually, we are gonna create these two classes. Margin left of 5 will give you margin left of 5 rem, and then margin right of 5. Somewhere we have done left, right. So here, margin right of 5 will give you margin right of 5 rem. Okay, so now if I go back to my browser, it looks pretty much fine. Okay, maybe I want to give some padding at the top, so again I can do empty and MB. So let me quickly do that here as well, MT1 and MB1. So we have some space. So when we put the chart here, it's going to be pretty fine. And yes, that would be it. That would be it from the HTML and CSS point of view for this project. Next, we'll be continuing with respect to JavaScript. I hope you have already registered on CoinGecko. Let me turn on my camera view. Yeah, so I hope you have already registered on CoinGecko. If not, go and do that. And in the next one, we'll be generating the API, and we will be starting with the home screen where we will be showing the top coins. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. And in this video of the series, we will be talking about JavaScript. We will be adding JavaScript to our application, or in this video, at least the home page part. We wanted to show the top trending coins, right? On our page, I'll show you here. On our page, we wanted to show these top coins with their name and their prices and the logo and all of these things. So we will be adding that. And for this, we are going to use CoinGecko API. So I'm going to quickly open CoinGecko API, coingecko.com/API. And here we are going to be using the free one. So just go on to explore docs. And here are all the APIs we need to use. So API v3 we will be using, and there are a lot of APIs. So for this, we are going to start with the trending one. So these are going to give you a search results of top 7 coins on the CoinGecko platform, and we'll be using this. So if I click on this, if I click on try it out and hit execute, I will get a sample response. And this is how the response is going to look like. And from this, what do I need? I need the ID. I need this ID. I need the name, obviously. I need the symbol in the bracket. Remember, I want to show the symbol as well. So name and that bracket symbol. And after that, I want the thumb, the image, the logo, which we were talking about, and price in BTC. So we are getting price in BTC. We might want to fix that because we wanted to show the price in INR. So it seems like CoinGecko is giving us the price in Bitcoin. So that means we also need another price. So I'll open another tab for CoinGecko, another one. And this one, I want BTC to INR. So let's see. Do we get price? We're going to get token price. And I want to try which ID, Bitcoin, which currency, INR, right? I want Bitcoin versus INR price. So execute. And here we go. So I have got the price of Bitcoin in INR, and then I have got all the currencies in Bitcoin. So that means I can theoretically convert any currency to INR. So currency to Bitcoin, Bitcoin to INR. And that will work. That will be like super amazing. Now we have these URLs and everything. We're gonna need them. There is no API key for this one, so I don't need any API key for that matter. I'm going to take it to my code, and let's start here. So I start with index.js, and this is specifically for my home page, right? Index. So I paste the trending one. I go to my browser back, and I need the URL for the conversion, which is this, the requested URL. Copy this, go back to my code, and paste it here. Now, on detail, when this window is loaded, just when this window is loaded, I want to start fetching the data. I want to run this JavaScript as soon as this window is loaded. Okay, so for that, there is a function called as window.onload. So we're going to use that. And it's a prop here, so we're going to pass a function. And in this function, we are going to write whatever JavaScript we want. So I'm not going to make it too much messed up. I'm going to create a new function, so we keep things a little clean. So maybe call this window loaded. and I'm going to call this function inside here. So directly I won't mess things up. I will create a separate function, and there I'm going to call all of these things. Okay. So when the window is loaded, as soon as the window is loaded, I want to do something. I'll show you here. So if I were to alert, window is loaded, and hit save, go back to my browser. As soon as the window is loaded, I'm going to get the alert. Window is loaded. You see, refresh. As soon as it's there, window is loaded. So let's go back to code. What I want to do now is I want to fetch. What do I want to fetch at this point? I want to fetch the currency first of all. I want to fetch the conversion rate so that I at least have the conversion rate. So fetch. Okay. Pass the URL. This is my Bitcoin conversion URL, right? Paste it here. I paste it here. Then we need to convert it to JSON, right? Remember, this is going to be needed to convert into JSON format. So dot then. For converting to JSON, I'll write another function. Function convert to JSON. It takes a parameter. It takes a parameter. Say for example, response. And what it does is returns response.json. And the reason I am making this as a separate function is I will be making a lot of fetch calls, in this page and other pages also. And for that purpose, this convert function will always be used. In all of the fetch API calls, I will need this function. I will need to convert it into JSON format. So here, once the function is ready, just pass the function. Then again dot then, and then here I will need to handle a data. So maybe I will create another function. BTC info is loaded now, right? So load coin data, and then I will pass load coin data. Okay, this will get the data. This will get the data, and I will show you console.log that this data is actually nothing very fancy. I'll go back to my Firefox. My Edge. I'm used to Firefox. So if you see here the object, you see this is just the data which I was getting from the response. It's nothing very fancy. If I show you here, this was my object. Remember, object Bitcoin INR. Same thing here, object Bitcoin INR. It's the exact same data which was shown in the documentation. So nothing out of the box, nothing scary for me. All I have to do is, I already have this in my data variable. So data.bitcoin.inr. And doing that, I will get the conversion rate. So I'll save it here, const conversion rate is equal to data.bitcoin.inr. And again, at every step we should confirm. So again, I'll just write console.log conversion rate. Simple. We go back to my browser and we see the conversion rate is here. That is a number. Yes, that's a conversion rate. That is 1 Bitcoin is equivalent to these many rupees. Now, we have the conversion rate. The reason we needed this conversion rate was because all of this data is in Bitcoin. Remember? This price is in BTC. So we have to convert it into INR. So to convert, we just multiply with this conversion rate, which we already have now. So now, once the data of my Bitcoin conversion is loaded, I'll go back and write another fetch call. Simple. I'll create another fetch call. Why not? I can create as many fetch calls as I want. So in this fetch call, I'm going to call the trending one. Remember, once the trending is called, then convert, not the data, to JSON, because this data needs to be converted into JSON, not the price conversion. Now, price conversion we will do, but then again, I will have another then. Just pass a callback function here, and just check some data. And in this function here, what I will do is just show you what the data I am getting. Console.log data, and here we go. this is an object again with all the coins. Remember 7 coins? We have got those 7 coins now. We have also got the conversion rate. We will do now very easy things. Okay, again, not to make it too much messy, I will create another function. Not in quotes. Function is not supposed to be created in quotes. Function render. You're gonna pass the coin data as well as the conversion rate. So from here, I'm gonna call the render function, pass the data, which is the coin data, and the conversion rate, which is the conversion rate. I don't need this console.log. These functions are clear. Now we'll focus on the render function. At this point, I'll show you console.log coin data, comma, conversion rate. We are getting both the information. I'll show you here. Check my browser. Coins, exchanges, and the second param here is the conversion rate. We've got both of them. From here we need coins, and then which is an array, we are going to loop on it. So let's do that now. So we have got the data. Now let's loop on it. So a very simple for loop. For let I is equal to 0, I is less than data.length, I plus plus, simple for loop. And here we'll take single coin. Single coin is equal to coin data of I. Remember, array elements, we're just taking one single element from this array. Then console.log. At every step we are going to confirm. And the reason for that is, if we are having a bug, we will know it right now. Otherwise, we do everything and then we check, oh, why is it not working? What is happening? So it's better to just, confirm things doing step by step. That is really going to be helpful. Okay. So we got coin data, let I is equal to 0, coin data, length, and I plus plus. Let's save and let's go back to my browser and see. And we have a problem. It is supposed to show me the data, but it seems like there is no data. Let's see what is the problem. Right? Something is going wrong. Something is messing up. We need to check that. Let's go back here. Let's see. We got for let I is equal to 0. Okay, that is fine. I is less than coin data dot length. I plus plus. This also seems fine. Let's just check console.log abcd. Let's see if we get any log. And at the same time, let's also do console.log coin data. So that we get at least, do we have coin data.length or whatever. Let's see. Okay. The first console we get, and we notice something. The array is not this. Array is coin data dot coins. This is an array. So what I mean here, I will have to do coin data dot coins dot length, and here as well coin data dot coins of I. Now if I save, we'll go back to the browser. Now if I save, I get all of these separate items. Separate single coin basically. From this, we will now take out whatever we want. So take a note here. Each of these items, what do they have? They have dot item. First of all, I have to do dot item, and then they have ID, then they have image, then they have image. I will do, yes, thumb we need, right? So thumb we will take, name we will take, price BTC we need. Okay, so we'll go back to our code and let's fetch these things. So I don't need this anymore. I don't need this console also, so I'm going to remove it. And here I have to do dot items. Remember, it was object dot items. So we're going to do that. And now, what do we need here? So I'm going to write const logo. First of all, we need logo. Const name, we need name. Const price. We need 3 things basically. The logo on the left side, name top, price bottom. Simple. So logo is going to be single coin dot thumb. Remember, name is going to be, now it is going to be concatenation of 2 items, right? So here if you see in my browser, the thumb is here, not here, here, name is concatenation of two items. So your first is the name and then you have the symbol. So here if you go to my code, oh, not the whiteboard, let's go to the code in that case. Here we go. So if you go to the code, name has to be two things. So I'm going to use simple string templating. So backticks, dollar curly, and here single coin dot name space brackets. Inside that I have to do symbol. So single coin dot symbol. Again, these object keys, I'm not deciding. It's already there, coming from the backend. This object keys and everything is coming from the backend. I'm not deciding that. Okay. So we have to be careful about that. That each backend will have its own. And this will be single coin dot price. Now the price was in BTC. Remember? Price BTC. Let's also meanwhile this has to be not item. Yep. So we've got the data, we've got the price. Let's do console and I'll show you console.log, logo, name, price. Okay, let's go to my browser and remove this console as well. We don't need this. I'm gonna just remove it. Let's save. Let's go to the browser. The logo, we have got all the asset URL. Here we go. The name we have got properly done, and the price. Now price is in BTC. This needs to be handled. This price needs to be handled and converted into INR. All I will do is just multiply. That's what you do, right? Suppose if I tell you a thing is worth $10, and you know that $1 is about 75 rupees. You will multiply 10 into 75, 750 rupees. So here I am telling you that 1 USDT is worth these many bitcoins. You already know what is 1 bitcoin in INR. So you just same thing, multiply and you will get the price in INR. Simple. So let's go back to code and let's convert this. So multiply conversion rate. You already have this. And I go back to Firefox and see. If we see, we've got all the conversion rate here. Seems pretty fine to me. Just one slight problem, and that problem is that we need up to maybe 2 or 3 decimal places. This is a lot. This is like a really lot decimal places. So we might want to fix that. So I'm just gonna do a little bit of rounding. So math.round, and this thing I'm gonna say 4 decimal places. Let's have 4 decimal places. So I'm going to multiply this by 1000 so that we get 4 decimal places and divide by 1000. Oh, I need 10,000 in that if I need 4, because it has to be 40, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 0. So I need 10,000 here and then even 10,000 there. And I go back and we have all the prices. Simple. All the prices are here. Terra USD here recently fallen. It's really low now. Anyway, so we got the prices correctly in INR. We have got the logo, that is the thumb, and we have got the name correctly. Now it is just a matter of creating your DOM elements and just saving it. Okay. So for that, I'll just create a function. Oh, I need to go to the code. Here. I'm going to create a function. I'll call it insert crypto card. For each of the card I'm going to insert, and it will need 3 things: thumb, name, and the price. All I need is these things, right? And I'll make sure that I'm calling this function insert crypto card. Logo, name, and the price. I don't need this console, so I'm going to remove it. So I have this data. Simple. Now what do I need? I need to create. I'll just create a bunch of elements. So to do this, I have to refer to my HTML basically. That what exactly was I creating? So in my in my index.html, this was one card which I was creating. So I'm going to copy this and just paste it here, obviously inside comments here, just to refer what we were doing. So first of all, we were having a paragraph. So document.createElement, and the element was P. Save this. So const price para would be this. Then give the text here. So price para dot inner text. Remember, here we have to use inner text and not inner HTML. And the reason for that is very simple. We are not entering any HTML values. We are changing the text. We are not changing any HTML, are we? We are only changing the text. We are not giving any HTML code inside. As long as we are not doing that, we don't need to use inner HTML. Will it work? Yes. Should we do it? No. Okay. So now we're going to do inner text. And again, we need to prepend the rupee symbol. So I'm just going to use string templating and use the rupee symbol here. Give it a space and use the price, $price. Simple. Right. This paragraph is done. Let's do the H1 as well. And here const, for the H1 will be maybe name lm or name heading, name head. Document.createElement. Which element do we need to create? H1. Okay. Name head dot inner text. Where is the text? It is in the name variable. So name. This is also done. Now we need to create a left div. So okay. Const left, not left. This would be the right? So right container is equal to document.createElement. Which element? Div element. Simple. Right container dot class list. We need to add a class also. Which class? This fleft class. So I'm going to add this. And inside this, we also need to append all the children. So append child. Which child first? Has to be the name header. Then second dot append child has to be the price para. So we have created the right side, completely done. Now let's focus on the left side. Very simple. Left side is just one image. Const image lm. I just call it image container or element, anything. Document.createElement. Which element? img. Need to get the src. Okay. Image lm dot src. Which src? We already have the thumb. Right? It's so simple. Now what do we need to give class? So let's do that. So image lm dot here we go. Image lm dot class list dot add. What do we want to add? We'll first add fleft. So classes we have to add separately. So fleft comma the second class is going to be car image. Now we cannot do space and then just keep on adding multiple classes. No. Here if you want to add separate classes, you just use comma and use the second string for the second class, and so on and so forth. In this function you can add as many classes as you want. Here you go. It doesn't matter. But they have to be separate. That's all. Then alt. So image lm not image lm dot alt. Simple. Coin image. Simple. Done. Image lm is also done. We'll create a simple card container. Okay, let's do that. Const card container. Document, not decode URI. Document dot create element. Create element. Which element? Div. Card container. Dot class list. Dot add. What do we want to add to our class list? There are two classes. Flex item small. Okay. And the card. Done. This is also done. So now card container will append two children. Append child. What is the first child? The image. Because we have to show it first, right? It will be added first, right? We shown first on the left side. And then the second one, card container. Dot append child. Which is the second child? The right container. Done. Done. My card is created with all the data, with all the customization. Now all I have to do is append it here, not in the detail again, in this index, in this container. I'll give it an ID and I'll call it coins container. Okay, so all I have to do is append inside the coins container. Simple. Document dot get element by ID, coins container, right? Dot append child. I don't even need to save it in a variable because I'm not going to use it again. So append what? Card container. Append the card container. That's all. That's literally all. Also by default we have to remove the default ones, right? We need to remove them, otherwise it's going to show everything with the default. So I'm going to clear them up. Here we go, right? Everything is empty. And at this point, if I go to my browser, I should be seeing all the new coins which are, being fetched from CoinGecko and not the default ones which we have set. So let's go to the browser. And here we are in the browser. Let's see, moment of truth. let's see. And we have that. Okay, there are some names which are really big. Maybe I want to change the width and fix the CSS for this. But we have got the coins. We have got all the dynamic lists. That is what we were looking for. Let's quickly fix that CSS. It was looking really weird. So that would be in my index.css. And I think flex item small we gave 20 rem. Maybe I'm going to increase it to 25 rem or something. Okay, let's see now. And that looks good. So 25 rem is better, everything is just fitting completely fine. And all the coins are working. That is what I wanted, right? And that would be it. I think that would be it for this video. Yep. We have successfully added the top trending coins to our home page. In the next video, we will be now moving to the search page. And right now the navigation bar also doesn't work. So we'll be doing that. Let's quickly do that. In fact, let's quickly do that. Navigation bar, adding the search functionality to the navigation bar is not very difficult thing actually. And one more thing I want to do, this convert to JSON thing, I'm going to move it inside common function, common.js. And the reason I'm doing that is because this is going to be used quite a lot. So what's better is, I just put it in common.js. Now for navigation bar, remember the button, I already gave it an ID, nav search button. So I'm going to take the element from this document.getElement by ID, have the ID. But I'll just add an event listener. Which event? Click event, which is a listener function. And what do I want to do here? I want to navigate. Where do I want to navigate? Search.html. So window.location, not local storage, location.href is equal to where do I want to take it? I want to take it to search.html. Simple. Very simple. And I'll show you. We'll go back to my browser. Here we are in the browser again, and I just make sure if I'm refreshed. Yep. And now I just click on search. Boom. We are at search. Yeah, I want to click on the the logo or the company title to go back to the home page. Maybe I'll do that, but the search again, this function button is working. And on any page, if I'm on detail page also, and then I'm going to back to search, it'll just work. So we are back at another video in our CryptoView series, and we are doing JavaScript. So let's get started where we left off. So we left off at our search screen. We just didn't do any JavaScript on the search screen. We actually did on the home page, which was working completely fine. Here I show you all the prices, but on the search screen things were pretty dead. We did not do anything. So let's get on to the search screen and let's start building the search functionality. So I'll go back to my code and I'll close index.js. I don't need it. Index.html, I don't need it. Index.css, I don't need it. Search.html, I need. Yes, I do need search.html. I need search.js. I need this file. So first of all, I want to add the search functionality. I think the form I have already written. Here we go. The form is already there. So that means if I am searching for, say, Bitcoin, then here in my URL, the query is already present. So from the URL, I have to fetch it. So again, window.onload. We'll have to start with that. Same thing. Window.onload is a function. What will it do? Search data. I'll just create a function with this name. So here we go. Search data. What will this do? First of all, we have to take the URL. So const current URL is equal to window.location, not local storage, location.href. So first of all, we need to get the data, right? We need to get the URL. From this, we need to create an object of URL. So const URL obj, new URL, pass current URL. From this object, we'll get something called as search. And this search, we need to actually create a string called as URL search params. This is the class. And we pass URL object dot search, not username dot search. We'll create an object of this, const params. And the reason we are doing all of this, we are doing this to get the query parameter q, so that we can know whether it is there or not. So maybe first of all, I'll just do a quick check if params.has, it should have params.has or get. Why is it not having? Let's check. Are we on the correct class or not? I'm gonna check. Quickly go to MDN. MDN is important for web development. It's super duper important. And in JavaScript here, we want to start with JavaScript, and we want to search for a class called URL search params. Yes, this is a class, and this has a function called as has. So that means it should have it. For some reason, my VS Code seems to not suggest that it should be available. So I'm gonna has and search for a queue. If queue is not available, then just simply return. Don't do anything. I mean, queue is not available, what are you going to do? But if the queue is available, if that query string is available, so you need to use it, you need to fetch something. But before that, I also want to fill this. What do I mean? This thing. So if I have searched for Bitcoin, it should show Bitcoin. I'll show you an example why am I saying this. I suppose if you go on to google.com and you just simply search for ABCD. Right, so it stays. This ABCD stays there. If you go on to say Amazon, Amazon, open Amazon, search for say mobiles, then this mobile stays here in the search box. Here on my websites, if I search for say Ethereum, it's gone. That is not expected. As a new user, if somebody is coming to my website, they are not expecting that. They are expecting it to stay. So I need to implement that functionality. And it's super duper easy. Remember this name. Remember this name we gave. So all we have to do is document dot get elements by name. What is the name? Q. We already gave. There is only one element. So I can simply do array of 0. Dot value. Simple, simple stuff. Dot value. What is the value? Value is params dot get. What do I get? Q. Simple. So document.getElement by name, we got the name. What is the name? Name is Q. Q is going to give you an array. I'll show you. Simple. Console.log document.getElements by not ID. Get elements by name. What is the name? Name is Q. Remember? Q is here. Here, see? This is the name. I'll show you. I'll go to my console of my browser and open F12 or F11, F12. and it says new operator. I'm missing new operator. That is why it was not showing the auto suggest. Let's quickly fix that. I am missing the new operator here. Yep, that is why it was not showing the auto suggest. And you see, it's a node list of input. So that means all I have to do is go to the 0th index, set the value, params dot whatever, and we have the value. Here you see, if I search for say, USDT, hit enter, it stays. If I search for Bitcoin, it stays. This is what is expected. This is how we simply did it with just one line of code. Got the reference, set the value. We already had the value. Why? Because we created from the URL search parameters. We had it in the query parameters. We created the object. How did we create an object? By these 3 lines. Take the URL, parse it into an object, take the search query, take the whole search string, pass it into an object. That will be your parameter object, the search param object. And after that, you can just check whether a parameter is present, get the value, set the value, do all sorts of fancy stuff. So I'm just checking. If it is not present, then don't move ahead. Otherwise, you're just going to crash because it's not available. But if it is available, then first of all, get the value and set it in that input field so that it looks and feels professional. Then I'll read on the function, or I'll just create a fetch call, right? I need to fetch the data. But where do I fetch it from? I don't know. So we'll go back to CoinGecko and I'll close all of these additional things. We don't need it. And here we'll search for whether we have a search API or not, which we should have, which there is, I know, because I've already checked this before. But yeah, here we have it, search. And all it takes is the query string. So if I search for say bit, hit execute, I am going to get all the coins which are matching bit, obviously Bitcoin, then wrap Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, BitTorrent, Bitcoin SV, Satoshi Vision version, I don't know, something. BitDAO, so many coins. So I'm just going to copy this query or this URL, go back to my code, paste it here, and the query, this query parameter is going to be dynamic. So I'm just going to do a concatenation of params.get of what? The query. Then we already have convert to JSON, remember? Convert to JSON we already have, we don't need it. I mean, we can directly use it. It's in the common. I've already, in the last video only I moved it into common. So it's already there. Then maybe I'll move a render function. Remember? Simple render function. So I create a function render. Accepting, what will I accept? I accept data. Not cons, console.log data. Let's see what do we get. We need to check that always, right? Keep checking at every step. We get coins, exchanges, ICUs, everything. We just need coins. So I'm gonna focus on data.coins. So I'm quickly gonna change that data.coins. I only want coins, right? Check again. Okay, now this is an array of 25 coins. Pretty good. So I can loop on it. That means on an array of 25 elements, I can simply loop on it. So for loop, let I is equal to 0. Oh, not mine. 0. I is less than data.coins.length and I++. You got this? Now const single coin is equal to data.coins of I. Simple. And then at the same time console.log single coin. We don't need this. We'll comment this out. We go to the browser and see what do we get. Simple. Again, every step just console and check, and we get all the data of separate coins. What do we have here? We have ID, we have large, there should be a thumb. Yep, there's a thumb. We have symbol, we have name, and we have got market cap. We don't have the price here. And in search, they don't return price. For some reason, for free APIs, they don't return price. But what do we need? We just need the count. Obviously, we get that using I index. We need the thumb, we need the name, we need the logo. I mean, sorry, not logo, the symbol, And more info, we will need ID, which will pass to the details screen. Simple. And we have that data. We have that data. So I'll go back and I'll create this data. So I'll first of all get serial number. So what do we get? Index. I don't know. Index will be basically I+1 because we start from 1. Humans read from 1. Computers read from 0. So, and then second we need the logo. So logo is equal to single coin dot thumb. We already seen that. Then what do we need? We need the name. Const name is equal to single coin dot name. Const symbol is equal to single coin dot symbol. Const. What else? ID. We need the ID because when I click on more, it takes me to detail screen. But which coins detail does it show? How do we know that? We pass query parameter. So in order to pass query parameter for each of the button, we need that data. So I'll do that. Const ID is equal to single coin dot ID. We already have that. We already have single coin dot ID. And in search.html, am I using an anchor tag or am I using a button? Anchor tag is easy. It's very easy because we can simply, just put href. In button, it's a little tricky, but we can do one thing. We can make an anchor tag and make it look like a button. That we can do very easily using CSS. So maybe we will try that. We will try, creating an anchor tag and then making it look like a button. That is going to be really fun. So I'm going to read this sample HTML code so that we can refer to this. And just paste it here so that it's easy for us. And function create card. I'll maybe call it single card. What do we need in this card? We need the index. Index. We need the name. We need the symbol. We need the ID. Only these things. Oh, logo. Thumb. We need the thumb. Or I'll just call it logo. Logo is better to understand, isn't it? And I'll call this from the function. So create single card. Index. Pass the index. Pass the logo. Pass the name. Pass the symbol. Pass the ID. Maybe I will rename this to coin ID so it's better to understand. Coin ID. It's not the index ID. It's a coin ID. Not 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the name of the coin basically. So we got this data. All we have to do is create my elements. Simple. You see here. What do we have? Para image h3 button. Okay. Const. Again, simple. ID element is equal to document dot create element. What do we create? What do we create here? Paragraph tag. ID element. What do we need to give? Inner HTML. Where is the value? Where is the value coming from? From the parameter. It's already there. Index variable. Done. Image. Const. Image. Not logo element. Document dot create element. Which element? Image. What do we do here? Give src. Give the alt. So logo element, not log, logo element dot src. Where is src? Already there. Where? Parameter logo. Alt. Okay. Logo element dot alt. Where is it? Coin logo. Just need to give that. Done. Const name element. Document dot real element. Which element do we need? We need h3. Done. Name element dot inner text. Which is the text? Name variable already coming in the function. Done. Const which element? Symbol. Symbol element is equal to document dot create element. Which element? h3. Where is the text coming from? Symbol element dot inner text. Where is it? Symbol parameter. Already using it. Done. Now here we can go with a button. But let's also try to go with an anchor tag because I want to show you CSS way of how do you say, making an anchor tag look like a button. That is also pretty good, pretty fun actually. Or if you want with a button, maybe in some other video, some other tutorial, I might show you how to navigate using a button, which we have already done. In the nav bar, if you notice, we have a button using which we are navigating. So that's also covered technically. So this one maybe we'll do anchor. So anchor element, ANCHOR anchor element, document dot read element. Which element? Anchor, A tag. So anchor element dot inner text, not inner text. Yes, inner text we need to give. Inner text will be more info. Anchor element dot src. Where do we need to take it? We need to take it to detail stream, detail.html. Where do we need it? We need to pass an ID. ID is going to be the ID which we already have. We need to concatenate this. So plus goes here. And all of this information, all of these elements which we have created, we are going to concatenate and append basically to my parent. Like not concatenate, I should say append basically to my parent, which is this div here. So const container element is equal to document dot read element. Simple. Which element? Div container element dot class list dot add. We have two classes. Symbol search result is going to be the first one, comma, second one is going to be the card. Done. Inside container, just add all of these children. So container element dot append child. We start with the index. So where is it? What did we call it? ID element, not IN, ID underscore element. Then container element dot append child. Which one do we append next? We append the thumb. So the logo element. Done. Container element dot append child. Which element do we append? We append the name element. Done. Container element dot append child. Which element do we append? We append the symbol. Done. Container element dot append child. Which one do we append? We append the anchor. Not in quotes, without the quotes. It's a variable. Done. And where do we append all of this? Where do we append all of this? We need, oh wait, this has to be coin ID, right? Coin ID, yeah. Where do we append all of this? We append this in the main container. So maybe I'll just call it an ID and give it search result. No, we already have search result container, right? I'll just call search hyphen results. And here we have, because we already have a class with this name, so I just don't want to confuse this. So document dot get element by ID. Which element? Search results dot append child. Which child? We already created the card. Container element. Done. We will now have all the coins. I'm going to remove the boilerplate, the basic hard coding which we have done. I'm just going to remove it and remove this. Oh, we copy pasted a lot of times. So we're gonna remove all of this. And now let's check a browser. What do we have? Let's check. And let me close this. And we have got all the result. We have got pretty much everything. If I search for say ETH, I got Ethereum, Tether, whatever I have. Everything is here. Yes, this looks pretty weird. Not gonna lie, this looks very unorganized kind of a thing. So we are gonna change it using CSS. Very simple to do that. And my anchor tag is also here. For some reason it doesn't work. Let's check. Did we add the href? I'm gonna open my console and check. Did we add the href correctly? Oh, we forgot to add the href. Let's check. We'll go back to my code. And in my JavaScript, did we add href? Oh, we added src. Obviously it won't work. It has to be href. Now let's check. And anchor looks fine. More info. I mean, if I click, it takes me to detail.html with the ID more info. And obviously if I click on Tether or any of them, it still takes me to Bitcoin because that is hard coded. We have not given the JavaScript for that yet to make it dynamic. But what we have actually done in today's video is we have accomplished search functionality. If I search for say Dodge, I get Dogecoin and all of these nice meme coins. if I search for Ethereum, all the variants of Ethereum I'm gonna get. Ethereum classic name, name service, yield, stake, code project, whatever you have. Okay, so that would be it for this video. Next video is probably going to be a shorter one, because there I will focus on CSS, on making this weird looking thing a little bit more, organized. I will try to make this look a little bit more organized, and we'll try to structure it better using CSS and a little bit of JavaScript change in the template. But yeah, that would be it for the next video. Hey everyone, this is going to be a comparatively quick video, because here we won't do too much of JavaScript. In fact, we might not do any JavaScript at all. I'm not sure. But the thing is, here we want to try to fix this look. In the last video, we implemented the search functionality, and this is how it started to look, which did not quite look really good. And I want to fix this. So badly. And also, this was an anchor, and we want to make this look like a button. So we're going to do that in this video. So first of all, what I'm thinking is, maybe instead of justify center, what if we just leave it? And let it be a justify default? So I'm going to remove this one. Sorry, this was justify space between, and we're going to just leave it into the default one. How does it look? It gets stuck. Everything is stuck. So maybe I want to give it some gap. I want to give some gap of about 1 rem. Not that much, not that less. Looks better, looks way more clean. The more info I want on the right side, so I'm quickly going to give margin left of auto. Also, I'm going to change this from button to an anchor tag, obviously, because we are not using anchor tag, and it will look pretty good now at this point. Here we are. Comparatively looks really decent. Between 9 and 10, it's a little margin thing. So maybe in my JavaScript, maybe I'm gonna do one thing. I'm just gonna check if index is less than 10. I will just append some NBSP, non-breaking space point. Remember, NBSP entities, just append some entities so that it looks pretty good. And I'm gonna append, so index is equal to index plus, and this. Let's check now. And now this looks better. This looks now, linear. Yeah, this might be because of the image issue. I don't want to, get into depth with that, but everything looks pretty straightforward, pretty aligned in terms of the left margin. No, this would be the right margin. No, wait, this would be the left margin. Coming to this button, yeah, this still looks like an anchor, so I'm going to quickly fix that in my CSS. So first of all, I'm going to remove the text decoration, make it none, so that underline is gone. Secondly, I want to change the color to black, so that goes #000,000. Okay, let's check now. Now it looks like a button, behaves like a button, but it's still sticking at the top, so I want a little bit of margin, little bit of padding, because we want space inside, which we already have done here, but 0 pixels. So I'm going to change it to about 0.25 rem. And now this looks way better. I mean, compare it, just go back to this video and compare it to how it was looking initially. And this looks much more cleaner. And hardly how much time did it took us? Hardly 5 minutes? I bet less than that. This video is not even 5 minutes long. And it looks way cleaner. So here we go, more info will work. We will do that JavaScript in the next video. For this, just search for Bitcoin, and that would be this. So see, so clean, so good. Okay. Hey everyone, welcome to another video of the series. And in this video, we will be doing JavaScript and implementing, functionalities and getting data in our detail screen. So till now, I'll give you a brief. Till now, we have just worked on the search screen. So for example, if I search for say ETH, it will show me all the results which are matching the term. And we also did a little bit of, CSS and starting to make it look pretty good. But if I click on more info, which takes me to the details screen, there is nothing. The data which we see is just pretty much, empty and hard coded. So we need to fix that. How we do that? We are going to use obviously CoinGecko API. So let me go to CoinGecko API, and here I'm going to search for the detail API. So if I scroll down in V3, there is going to be a coin/ID. This is the detail API to get the detail of any coin. So I'm going to try it out and say, so I search for Ethereum. Localization is basically to give response in localized languages, languages other than English, such as your, Japanese, Chinese, Russian, Spanish, German, whatever. So in our situation, we don't need that. So I'm just going to leave it as false. Otherwise, they will send it and we're not going to use it. So it's going to be like additional wastage of data. So I want, very small packets. So it's fast. If the size of your data is small, if the size of your JSON, the exchange is small, then it's going to be comparatively faster. So you want as less data as possible. Just ask what you need. Ticker, again, I'm not going to, building something based on real-time market information or anything. Market data, yes, I want, because current price I do need. Community data, I don't want. Community data is like how popular that coin is, what are the trading information and all of those things. Developer data, like GitHub repository or development network or whatever I don't want. Sparkline, also I don't want, because it will give you 7-day data. What I am planning is that in my chart, the chart which we have thought, in that we will just show 24 hours. So for that we are going to use another endpoint. And that would be it for customization. Hit execute. Let's see. We've got ID, symbol, name. That is what we needed. We've got description, the long paragraph which we were looking for. Apart from that, we have got GitHub. We don't need it. We've got the logo, thumb, which was small, large, whatever. And let me scroll down a little bit. Other than that, we have also got the current price. And this price is in many various currencies. So, we can just see here, for example, for Ethereum, what do we have? Do we have INR? INR. Yep. So we have got for INR here. Do we have Euro? Euro also we were planning. Euro we have got. USD. What about USD? We were planning USD as well. And we have got USD as well. So you see, we can directly just with one API call, we can, use this information. For the price history, we will have to make another API call. That is okay. That is completely okay. One page can make more than one API calls. That's not a problem. So I'm going to copy this URL and we don't need this anymore. Go to my code and go to the JavaScript file, because this is where all the logic happens. So I'm going to paste it. And where do we start? Window.onload. So window.onload is equal to function. And here we are going to just write, typical load data function, things like this. So function load detail, for example. And I'm going to call this function from here. Again, I could have just written all the logic in one very big function, which would have been even more confusing. So it's better to, keep things separate and your function size is small. Okay. So inside load detail, obviously we're going to fetch. So fetch the data. Where do we fetch it from? We're going to fetch it from this URL. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to paste it here. And we need to change a couple of things. Before even we fetch, we need to know which data are we going to fetch. We need to show the detail of a coin, but which coin? How do we get that coin name? How do we get that coin ID? We get that using the query parameter. If I take you back to my browser you will notice here, there is a query parameter, and this is going to be different. If I go back, select say USDT, I select Tether, open this, you see the ID is Tether. If I go back, select Ethereum Classic, the ID is Ethereum-Classic. So this is dynamic. How did this happen? This happened when we were implementing the search screen. Remember, in the anchor tag, we concatenated the coin ID. This is why we did that. And now in the detail screen, we get that ID, we get that coin ID. Based on this coin ID, we can fetch the detail. That is the power of logic. So we thought that we will need it in future, and now this is helping us. So we'll go back to the code. We have got the coin ID in our query parameter, and we have to extract it. So we're gonna, just use the same thing. Const URL string. First, take the whole URL. That is going to be window.location.href. From this URL string, I'm going to create a URL object. So const URL obj is equal to new URL string. From this URL object, I'm going to create a search param. So search not use search param. That's React. URL search params and pass URL obj.search. And I have to create an object. Last time I forgot to create. This time I won't. So new, and save this maybe in params. And make sure to check if ID exists or not. So if params dot has, what does it has? ID. If it doesn't have that, now if it doesn't have that ID, I'll put it in quotes because ID is a key. If it doesn't have this, in that case, take me back to the home screen. So window.location.href becomes /. If I don't have the ID, just take me back to that screen. Like the home screen basically. If I have ID, good, really good. But if I don't have it, just go back to the index page. Okay, I'll show you that. Go to the Firefox. I always say Firefox. It's not Firefox, but I'm used to it. Anyway, so if I don't have the ID, say for example here, then it will take me. So now if I try to open detail.html without any ID, because obviously we need a coin ID in order to show the detail. When we don't have the coin ID and we try to open the detail page, it takes us back. So that is one, error case that we have handled. Otherwise, if we open the detail page, which data will it show? We are not passing any coin ID. If we are passing, then it's okay to show the page. Otherwise, if we are not passing, if the params does not have any ID, you see, negation operator not, then take me back to my home page. Simple funda. Now at this point, I have the ID. Now all I have to do is prepare the fetch. So I'm gonna, clear up some stuff. And yep. And where do I put the ID? I put the ID somewhere here. So coins / whatever you have. So I'm gonna put string concatenation ++. And here we go. Params dot get. What do I get? ID. We can also do templating. So we can do backticks. Backticks are for templating. We know templating. So backtick here. And now we don't need, these quotes and plus symbol inside. So just remove them. Directly use curly and dollar obviously, and put this. This is also completely fine. Okay. Anyway, once my query is done, then convert function we have already written. Let's convert to JSON. Then here I'm gonna write, load data. So for example, I'm gonna create another function. Function load. Load detail is already there, so maybe load detail, or maybe render. Render is better. Okay, and render will take a data. So then will be data, right? So we check, are we getting correct things or not? So console.log data. Go back to my browser. Here we are. Open developer tools F12. Go to console, and we have a problem. Data is not defined. Let's see. Where is it saying detail.js line number 13? It also tells you the line number. You see :13, so that is a line number. So let's go back and check. Detail.js, line number 13, dot then data. Yes, data is not defined. Here we have to get the function name. Function name is render, right? Data is the variable, data is the parameter, but we don't give parameter, right? We give the function name. So now if I save and go back to my browser, we have got the data. Everything is working. All the data is here. And let's try to extract this. So from this, what do we need? First of all, we're gonna need the name and the prices. So name is here directly, nothing here. So probably, data.name. Description, where is description do we see? Description. So data.description, but en. So we need data.description, which is an object, .en. Okay. Prices are going to be market. So market data, data.market data dot current price, somewhere it was current price dot whatever currency we want. Okay. So let's just try till now. Let's just do till now, till this point. So from this, what do we need? Const, first of all, name we need. Const, name is going to be data.name, simple. Const description is going to be data.description.en, remember? Now prices, we need 3 price. That was INR, USD, EUR. Maybe let's make it 4, round figure 4. We'll make it, add pounds also, GBP. Okay, so I'm gonna do const INR, const USD, const USD, const EUR, const GBP. Okay, we're gonna see how we can get to the prices again. So I'll go to my browser. So prices are data.market data. Inside that we have current price, inside that each currency. So data.market data dot current price dot INR. Okay, and this is not a standard. This is decided by the backend team. So it changes from API to API. Okay, there is no standard. There are some standards, but the point is you should always check in console.log, check what data you are getting, because this is different from API to API. It's always different. You have to check that. Okay, so here we go, data.market underscore data dot current underscore price dot INR. So I'm just gonna copy this and just use it dot USD here, and here will be dot UR, and here is going to be dot GBP. Okay, I've done this. Now description is done, name is done, and we just need the logo, the thumbnail. So we'll go back to the browser and we'll try to see where is the thumb. So market data is done. Thumb is inside image. So data.image dot we can do large, why not? So data.image dot large. So my logo, const logo is equal to data.image dot large. Okay, so this is what we have got. I don't need this anymore, and now all I have to do is just put this into places. So for example, for name, did we add any element for name? Where is name? Name is this one. We did not. So I'm gonna add an ID and call it coin and hyphen name. I don't need this, so coin hyphen name. So detail.js, again, just render this. Maybe I'll just try it, maybe dot. Okay, so detail.js, same. Document get element by ID. What is the ID? Coin hyphen name dot inner HTML. Where is the HTML? Name. Okay. Do you want to show the symbol also? I'm not really sure. Maybe we can do the same thing which we have done previously. So I'm just going to use backticks. So data.namespace. Obviously this has to be a variable. So dollar curly. And here also dollar curly data.symbol. Okay. So name is done. Then what do we need? We need description. So document.getElement by ID. Coin description. Let's go to somewhere paragraph. This is the paragraph. So ID coin hyphen description. Okay. Obviously we need to remove this. So this lorem ipsum goes. Again, just put dot, or you can put loading or whatever you like, you can put that. Okay, so description, there's just coin hyphen description. So coin hyphen description dot inner HTML is equal to description. Oops, description. Why is this extra bracket here? Here we go. Okay. So coin description dot inner HTML is equal to description. Now the coin also we need to handle. The logo, I'm going to move logo a little bit above, because logo we're going to handle first here. So the logo goes in the image, which is this one, right? So image src, we'll just leave this one, default image, because it's our logo, which is okay. And I will give here coin hyphen logo element. Okay. So again, same thing. Document dot get element by ID. It's so much repetitive thing, and in React it's so beautiful. You don't have to write these repetitive codes. Coin logo dot src is equal to logo. Simple. So based on the logo, whatever you have, you're going to show that. Now for price, I need one more, right? I need for GBP as well. So I'm going to just quickly search for GBP logo. I'm going to go to google.com. I'll take you there as well. Come with me to the Google and search for GBP logo. Here we have the symbol. Close it, go back here and go here and whatever. So here I'm just going to make it a span tag. And here we go. So this will contain the data. So GBP hyphen price, so that I don't have to render the symbol as well. I could do that, but this is better. I don't want to change this in the JavaScript, so I'll just let it be, and I'll just use a span tag. So this will be an ID of EUR hyphen price dot, and for this is going to be USD. So span ID of USD hyphen price dot, and this is going to be span, close it, ID of INR hyphen price. Again, dot. You can show anything. This is so basically the reason I'm doing these dots is because when I initially load the page, it will take at least a couple of milliseconds or microseconds to load the data from the API, right? It's never immediate. It's never that instantaneous. It takes some time. It can be very less time, but some time. So during that time, I want to show just dot. I can show loading, I can show nothing, but I choose to show dot. Maybe you might choose something else. It's up to you. It's completely fine. Okay. So I've got these elements: INR price, USD price, EUR price, GBP price. So let's quickly put them together. Document.get element by ID. ID is going to be INR hyphen price dot inner HTML. No, not inner HTML. It has to be inner text. This has been a mistake from my side in the previous one. It has to be inner text because we're not changing any HTML, right? It has to be inner text. Don't give inner HTML. Until and unless you are actually changing the HTML, just don't give. Okay, maybe in description you might want to give because you are showing that data. So here inner HTML, because description might contain link and all of those things. Okay, other than that we don't actually need it. So for INR price it's done. Document.get element by ID. For USD price dot inner text is equal to USD for the USD. Document.get element by ID for EUR price dot inner text is equal to EUR. Document.get element by ID, and the ID is GBP price dot inner HTML is equal to GBP. Okay, and at this point my browser should be able to load all of this. Let's see this in action. I'll take you to my browser, and it seems everything is loaded. Ethereum name is there, the logo is there, description, text, and the whole description. You see, description has links. So that is why I was saying, in the case of description, it is okay to leave it as inner HTML, because there is HTML. There are these links, there are anchor tags. But in other cases, it's unnecessary. So just give inner text. Okay. Let's check another one. Let's take to USDT. Wait for it, and we have the USDT as well. The image is looking a little bit weird. Let me quickly open my developer console and see if we can fix the CSS. If we can do it, I would want to do in this video itself. So this is a flex container, okay, and this is the flex. Okay, so maybe in flex container I can just do align items, and I want to do start. Okay. So align item start will fix the logo shape, because I'm just aligning them to start. By default, they will be stretch. By default, it is stretch. You see, maybe I might not be visible. Maybe I'll just shift it here. Oh, damn. It's too much stretch. It will stretch across the whole height. It will try to stretch. So to fix that, just align items start. Now the logo is at the start, which is very small, which is okay because, there's very less width also. But that we can fix using the margins and everything. But other than that, if I move it down, the logo is not stretching. So that is what I wanted. So the fix for that is in the flex container for section, make sure that we give align items start. So let's do that. Let's jump into our code. There will be detail.css. Open this file. There will be a flex container, which is this one. This whole container. So here align items will be start, or you can also give flex start. And we go back to the browser just to confirm, and boom, that is working perfectly fine. So right now the price history, that chart.js is pending. That's the only thing which is pending. Other than that, if I go for something else, search for Bitcoin. Search for Bitcoin, so you can wrap BTC or whatever, open that, loads it. Maybe it doesn't have a description, so it's okay. It's okay, some coins don't have a description. It's a thing with CoinGecko, can't help it. And say maybe we'll search for another coin, maybe Bitcoin. This obviously has a description. So we've got the description as well, everything's fine. Maybe Satoshi Vision, maybe this one. This one definitely has a description. So quite a long description. Maybe I want to justify this. I am not really sure, but we can look into justify. So text align, justify. Yeah, this looks much clean. Maybe I want to justify. See, without justify, it looks like this, like weird thing. And if I just open this and in my elements, select this paragraph and just give it text align, justify. See, now it looks way cleaner. So I might do that. I might actually do that. So I'll go back to my code, and here, since we already have an ID for description, so I'm just going to use that ID, coin hyphen description text align justify. Okay, so go back to my browser and everything is justified. Even if I refresh, everything is aligned perfectly. And below that will be price history. Obviously, that chart.js we will add. It's not a problem. So we go to search again, search for some other meme coin. Just search for Doge, for example. Take you to Dogecoin, have more information and have everything. Okay, so that's what I wanted, right? That's all the information. Now we're almost done. Maybe adding the home functionality here, maybe click here to go home might be helpful, but I think that would be it for this video. Hey everyone, welcome to another video of the CryptoView series. This is maybe this may be a last video, or at one of the end, towards one of the end. We are almost, completed with the project. So I'll give you a quick recap of what we have done till now. So let's go to the browser, and here we are. And you can see the detailed project, the detailed screen is also almost done. Like it's like half done. We have the price, we have the description, we have the logo, everything. The price history is pending. Remember, we thought of wanted to show a chart of the current price, or I should say the history of the price of the last 24 hours, which I can also show you in the whiteboard. What we planned was that we will show you the price chart. Remember this thing? So this thing is pending. Other than that, pretty much everything is done. My homepage is done. So if I go on to my homepage, here we go. We get the top coins. Everything works flawlessly. If I go onto the search page, I can say search for ETH, for example. Hit search, it will show me all the results. And then if I say select maybe free Ethereum, then it will show me all the description and everything, the detail of that coin. Now, for the for the chart, we were thinking we will be using chart.js. So let me quickly go to that website and I'll show you. That is chart.js, chartjs.org, this website. And this is the library we are going to use. So just go on to get started. They will give you the link and everything. So installation, we're going to use the CDN. So quickly go here, and we just need the main one. So I'm going to copy to clipboard, copy HTML. We import it in our HTML. So copy this, go to my Firefox, and which file do I need? Detail file, detail.html. Before adding my script for detail.js, I will attach the chart script, which is also script src cdn something loading the chart.main.js file. This file also I can show you. So I'll copy this URL, go to my browser and paste this, and you can see this is the JavaScript of the chart.js library which we are going to use. So we don't need to write all of this. We can just import and we can just use it. Now adding is done. They also have a sample code, so I'm going to copy this. So they're using canvas, so we are also going to just copy this thing and go to my code, and where they are using, we have to paste it here. So this was the place where we wanted to place our chart. Remember, in this section, the price chart section. So inside this, I'm just going to paste this. They're using width and height 400. That's quite a lot. You might want to change it, but let's see. They also have some JavaScript, so I'm going to copy this code, this whole code, this JavaScript function, whatever they have written. Copy this and go to my detail.js for the detail stream, the JavaScript for the detail stream, and write it here. So maybe I'll create a new function render chart, and I'm going to paste this thing here. So just fix the indentation a little bit, maybe here as well. So this goes here and this goes here. These one also need to go one level up, and this is fine. Okay. So this also needs to be fixed. I mean, indentation is pretty important. You should not skip on indentation. It's a really important thing. Now my render function is pretty much done. I'm gonna just invoke it. Where do I invoke it? Inside the load detail function. So inside the load detail, I'm loading everything. Yes, I will need to call the API as well, to which we will come to that point. But for now, what I want is at least the chart to be shown. That is what I want. And that is what is here now. After adding that HTML and JavaScript, chart is done. Yep, it's a really big chart, so I might want to fix that. So what I'll do is, oh wait, I was showing the code. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, this is the chart, and the chart is done, right? It's a really big chart. You can see there's a really big chart. I just want to change the height of this. So I'm going to go to detail.js and change the height of this canvas. I'm not really sure about 40. Let's see how that looks. 40 looks really small. maybe the width also, let me reduce to 100 or something. So because I want to keep an aspect ratio basically, so like a width versus height. So if I do about 50-50, then it's going to be a square. You can see that, here width and height, it's going to be square. So that means if my width is say 100%, then my height should be about 50% or 40% of that, or maybe 30. I'm not sure. I mean, I want it a little slim because those are line charts. So line chart won't take that much space, right? So yeah, this is good. Or maybe we can go up to 25. 25 height should be fine. Just changing the height to 25, and we have got pretty looking chart. Obviously, this is a bar chart, so I want to fix that as well quickly and make this a line chart. So we'll go back, and in my JavaScript, here somewhere we have to change. So yeah, this is a bar chart. So this I need to change to line. Once I do that, you can see this becomes a line chart. Okay. Now, where do we get the data for these lines? Right? We need the data, we need the numbers, we need that information. So let's go to CoinGecko API. CoinGecko API. We go here, open this website, and yeah, explore docs, same thing. And CoinGecko API version 3, they will have a market history. This is what I wanted. History. So historical data at a given date for a coin. Or we can also get the chart as well. Let's do with chart. Let's do with the chart. Get historical market data, which includes the price, market cap, and 24-hour volume. So out of this, we just need the price. So I'm gonna go with the market chart. I'm going to try it out. So my coin, say for example, Bitcoin. Currency, obviously INR. Days, I just want 24 hours, so 1 day. Interval, like how much interval do you want? Maybe hourly. So hourly data I want for the last 1 day, that is 24 hours. Okay, and this is going to be my output. 2 elements of my price, and I think one of them is like the timestamp, and second is the actual price in INR. So I'm going to copy this URL. Again, very simple, very easy, right? Just copy this URL and need to open F12 because need to open developer console because we will be doing console.log quite a lot. And meanwhile, I'll go to my code and I will write a fetch API call. Obviously, I need to fetch this data. So fetch the data, then convert to JSON, right? Then we already have the render chart function, so just call this function. And because this is being called by dot, then there will be a data parameter. So it will pass a data attribute, which I need to take in here, and I'll check just console.log of data should give me the output. So if I go back to my browser, and here we have the output. Price, market cap, total volumes. So I just need the price. Price is an array of 25 elements. So possibly the current price versus the 24 previous prices of the last 1 day or 24 hours. Now we've got the prices. Prices are there. We've got the prices. Now what I'll do is I'll first of all just fix this up. So this becomes, const prices is equal to data dot prices. Okay. Just again confirm console.log prices should be only the prices array, which we can see 25 items and the timestamp versus the price. So we need to separate that. I'm just going to write a regular for loop. We can do it with other approaches as well, other built-in approaches, but let's just do a very basic, very simple for loop. So let I is equal to 0, I is less than prices dot length, and I plus plus. So here I'm going to have 2 arrays, const timestamps, or just call it timestamps, why not, is equal to an array const prices is equal to an array. Oh, prices we already have. Maybe I'll just call it prices INR, just in INR, right? And here inside this we'll have single. So single price is equal to prices of ith index. Just confirm again, console.log single price, everything is working fine. We should know that. And hit save, go back to my browser and check. Everything is working completely fine. The first element is the timestamp and the second one is the price. So that means the 0th element is the timestamp and the first element is the price. So let's go and push this in my arrays. So timestamp dot push single price of 0, because arrays start from 0, remember. And then for the prices, so prices INR dot push single price of first element. So now we have got the data. We have got both the data separated. So that means here instead of this label, what I can do is I can simply pass the timestamps. Why do I know I have to send it in the labels? If I go back to my browser, you see the x-axis, red, blue, yellow, green, purple, orange. This thing, where is it coming from? This is coming from the labels actually. So that is why I know that I have to change this in order to change the x-axis. So here we send timestamps. Where are we sending the data? Oh, they have already named it data. Pretty convenient. So I'm gonna write it here and just write the prices INR. Pass this array. Now the chart should technically have my prices. Let's check. Go to the browser. And well, it has these informations and the timestamps as well. They look ugly. We will fix them in a while. Don't worry. But at least the data is coming in my chart. Okay. Now I need to change the at least begin at 0. This option I don't need, so I'm going to remove it so that it looks, now it starts to look good. I'll go back to the browser. I don't need the console, so I'm going to close it. And now this looks reasonably fine. The prices. I don't need this information at the top, so I need to hide this. How do I hide this fellow? Let's see. Let's search. This is called a label, I think. Not label. What do we call it? Legend. Generally, in any chart, these things are called legend. So let's see. Can we hide it? Display bool. Is the legend shown? Yes. So I want to hide this. Do we have an example? Do we have any example for this? Scroll down. Example. Okay. Options, plugins, legend, display. And then they have the color. We can easily, change that. So I'm going to copy this. Go back to my code. So remember there was already an options here. So instead of this, I'm just going to paste this. And display, I'm going to set to false. I don't want to show that legend. And label color, I will change. Okay. And obviously indentation I need to fix. So this goes here, this goes here, this goes here, and there has to be one more, right? Oh, yep, there's one more curly. Yep, this goes here. Now everything looks fine at this point. Or at least it should be fine. Is options inside data? Nope, it's not inside data. Okay, and why is it in that case? What about now? Okay, now it's saying that it's fine. Legend has this. Okay, plugins has this. Okay, options has this. Yep, now it's better. Let's see in the browser. Is it gone or not? Let's see. And yes, and that is gone. All good. Meanwhile, let's see what else can we change. So I'll go here and I'll search for line chart. What customization options do we have? I just search for line. Go on to line chart. Okay. What have they given here? Setup. They have given label my first data set. Okay, we don't need that. They have given data, fill, false, border color, and tension. Okay, we're gonna copy this. The color looks good. Their blue color looks actually good. I mean, it's out of the palette. Yes, I do agree with that. but it looks good. So some places we can, try to compromise. It's our product, right? It's our product. Whatever we want, we can do it. So I'm going to change the color. I don't need the border color and background color, so I'm going to change it. Just paste the border color, and tension probably is like the curving. The higher the tension, border width also I don't think we need, so I can remove it. Okay, so now let's see how it looks. It looks like but it looks very sharp. So what they have done in their chart, if you notice in the line chart here, it's a little curved. It's a little smooth. So maybe we can fix that. So let's try to change the value of tension. So let's change the value of maybe from 1 to 2.25 or something. Let's see how that looks. Okay. There is a little curvature now. You can notice. I'll show you the previous one, which would be this, which is very sharp. Notice this peak here, this drop here. But in the current situation with 0.25, it's a little smooth. Maybe a little more smoother. I want a little bit more. I don't know, 0.4. Let's try 0.4. Okay. Now let's go to the browser. And yes, this looks very smooth. this actually looks pretty smooth. So we've got these nice smooth line. When I hover, it just says the number. I wanted to show me the label. I want to show me the label as well. So maybe I want to change it to, I don't know, price or something. So it says number of votes, right? So maybe we can fix this. I want to show price. Oops, price in INR. Okay. So now if I go back, you can see it says price in INR, right? That is what we wanted. So price in INR, 2 million. Okay, 2,379,000, blah, blah, blah. That is fine. That is the price of Bitcoin, of Ethereum in INR. Timestamps look ugly, so let's fix them. So what I'm thinking is, maybe we are going to use the date class. It's very easy actually. I'll open MDN and just search for date. Now in date class, I need to just create a constructor with the date, right? And here I'm going to pass the Unix timestamp. We can pass the timestamp directly. So we can just pass the value. That is completely fine. But from here, what I'm thinking is we can get the minute. This will return me the minutes. And I need the hours, because in the last 24 hours, I just need hours : minutes. So something like, if I want to show, would be like HH:MM, something like this I'm planning. So this we can do. So I'm going to use the date class and I'm going to write it inside this loop before pushing it to my timestamps array. So I'll write const date obj is equal to new date created using single price of 0, because that is our Unix timestamp, right? And from this I need const hours is equal to date obj dot get hours, and const minutes is equal to date obj dot get minutes. Oops, I don't need that. Get minutes. So instead of that, I'm going to push a string, which is obviously going to be a template string, and that is going to be hours : minutes. Here we go. Okay. So now let's see how it looks. I hope it looks good. And we have got it. We have got 432, 536, 7, 8, 9, blah, 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 11, 12, 13, 14. And the prices looks good. Maybe I want to prepend 0 also, because 432, I can also make it look like 04 colon 32. So I will just write a very, very simple condition. Instead of const, I'm going to make it let, and here as well, I'm going to make it let, and I'm going to write very simple condition. If hours is less than 10, in that case, hours is equal to 0 plus hours. So I'm prepending a string of 0. And remember, JavaScript does type juggling. It tries to automatically convert, because if we do string 1 plus number 1, it becomes 11. Same thing here, string 0 plus number 9 will become 09. right? But if I do number 0 plus number 9, it will still be 9. So I have to use string 0. Same thing with minutes also. If minutes is less than 10, which is of number format, then minutes is equal to 0 in string plus minutes. Now this will make the whole minute variable into a string format, which is okay because all I need is the string only. I don't need this in a number format. It's completely fine for this situation to use a data type of string. So I am happy with it. And so I will proceed with it. Now let's see. I'll go back here and this looks better. 04, 05, 06, 07, and then every hour you have the change. Up to leading right now, that is 4:30, about 4:26 a.m. Okay. The chart looks very stuck with this heading, so maybe I'm gonna give a little bit of margin. And thanks to our utility classes, which are already prepared, all I have to do here is just give MB of 1. And it will make the space. We can see that here we have space. Okay, maybe I want a little bit space from the top as well, so I'm just going to give an empty of 1 as well. A little bit space from the first section. That's completely fine. Maybe in the canvas also I can give class of empty of 1. Or I don't know, I'm not in canvas, maybe just here. Just here is fine. Okay. Now let's see. And in my detail screen, the price chart is also now shown. Yep, if I want to show yellow, then I can go ahead and do yellow as well. I mean, the color, whichever you want in your color palette. But for me, this was looking pretty good, so I tend to go with this approach. What else? This ETH has to be capital. This symbol generally of, these things are capital. So I'm just going to quickly do that. The symbol I was appending in my JavaScript. So symbol. Where was I making that? In the name. Inner text dot name. Where is my name? Name is data name dot data symbol. So I'm just gonna do 2 uppercase on this one. So dot 2 uppercase, so that this becomes uppercase. It's a built-in function. It's a built-in string function in JavaScript. 2 uppercase, 2 lowercase. You can use that to make it uppercase or lowercase, whatever you want. And now this looks uppercase, which is good. It looks good. Okay. So now I'll go back. Yes, this thing still doesn't work. If I click on this thing, it should take me to the home page. So let's quickly fix that, or I should say, let's quickly implement that because that is not yet implemented. So I'll go back to my code and we have the navigation bar. Where is it? It is here. Navigation bar is an H1. And H1, maybe I'll just give it an ID. I'll give it an ID of logo or just title, or maybe title is already a class. So what I'm thinking is, yeah, why not? Main hyphen title. Okay, I'll give main hyphen title. Now this thing I need to do in all 3 HTMLs. So here as well, ID is equal to main hyphen title. Here in the search as well, so this nav, ID is equal to main hyphen title. Done. I want on click, so obviously this is going to go in the common one. Why? Because it's common for all 3 of them. So document.get element by ID. ID is main hyphen title. Dot our event listener, which event we're listening for? That is the click event. What are we going to do when this event is clicked? We are going to change the window.location .href to just index.html. That is all. That is all we are going to do. Now, if I go back and I click on this on my crypto view, it's gone to index. Again, if I go to search or anything from here also, if I click on crypto view, it's back to index. If I search for anything, say for example, Dodge fine, open this, click on crypto view, back to index. It's not looking like an pointer because if you notice here, you can, it makes the cursor as pointer. So I'm going to quickly fix that using my CSS. So here in common CSS, I'm going to write for the main title, it's an ID. So hash main title. All I have to do is cursor pointer. Okay, done. Now my title will also look as a link. I mean, it will not look, the cursor will make it feel like a link. That's all. So if I go back to my browser, here we go. The cursor makes it look like a link. If I click on this, it will take me to the home page. If I go here, search for, say for example, Tether USDT, which is a stable coin pegged to USD. It is still showing the price history of some other coin. Why? Because we forgot to change the ID, which we will do it in just a moment. But if I click on this, it will take me to the home page. So let's quickly go back and search for Tether again and open this and fix this problem of, statically linking, because it's still showing the price of Bitcoin. Why? Because we copied the URL. Which URL we copied? The Bitcoin test URL. So I'm going to just go back to my detail.js, and here we see Bitcoin, which is hard coded. So I'm going to change it to a template string. So remove the single quote, add the backticks here as well as here. And here we go. Instead of Bitcoin, I'm just going to use $curly params dot get. What do I get? The ID. Now, whatever ID it is, it will get, and it will load the market chart of that specific coin. I'll go back to my browser and I will check now. And here we go. The price of USD Tether. It's around $1. So, around 70s, 80 rupees, whatever it is. It's pretty stable. And yeah, that would be it for this project. That's all. We have made the scroll bar, we have made the search, we have, everything works pretty fine. Any coin you just search, hit enter or click on the button, anything. It shows that you can click on more info. It will load the coin, the price, the description, and the price history. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video of our crypto view series. This is probably going to be a short video, and in this video we are going to push our code, whatever we have made till now, to GitHub. Okay, now so let's just jump onto Firefox. Let's just jump onto a browser, which is not Firefox. I always keep saying it's Firefox and Firefox. Make sure you're logged into GitHub, and then you want to go on to github.com/new. Okay, so what this does is this opens a new repository page that will ask you to create a new repository. What name you want to give? You can give any name to your project, right? So for example, for mine, the project is CryptoView project. So CryptoView project. Okay. Description, this is CryptoView project source code. You can decide to make it public or private. Public means anyone can see it and it's available to the internet. Private is not available to the internet. Simple. Hit on create repository. Okay. Now it will give you some code which you want to run in your terminal. Okay. So first things first, you want to do git init. So I'm going to copy this, head on to my terminal, which by the way is already built inside my VS Code. And that is why VS Code is an integrated development environment, because there are a lot of things which are already integrated into VS Code. So in order to open the terminal or command prompt or whatever you have on your machine, you just hit Control and tilde. It will open the terminal here. And here you have to paste that command one by one, git init. So it says initialized git repository in this folder. I already have this, so I was, saving it commit by commit. But for you, it will just say initialize some git repository in this whatever current folder you have. Make sure that you are inside the correct folder. Okay, like for example, I am inside CryptoView. Here I can do git init. Okay, then let's go back. It says git add readme.md. So git add basically will add any file to the GitHub tracker. So now GitHub will start tracking that. So in our situation, we don't actually have a README. So I'm going to quickly create it. Or you can also do git add dot. I will show that it's unsafe, but it's okay for this explanation. It's okay. Meanwhile, I'll also create a new file called as readme.md, and I'll just write it. This is, the readme for crypto view project. Anything. You can give anything. Now just paste this. If you have multiple files, you can just do git add followed by file name 1, space. Remember, file name 1 space, file name 2 space, file 3. If it is inside a folder, space folder slash file, then again, folder slash file, another one. On Ubuntu and Linux based, the slash is going to be different for your folder, so you have to be careful about that. Okay. Now let's see the next command. It says git commit m first commit. So git commit will actually make a commit. It's like a log. It's like a save point, like what you have in games, right? You save something. So same thing here. Git commit will make a save point, checkpoint. You can also say that. And m will give the message. So here, for example, I'm going to give a meaningful message like, add readme.md, just meaningful messages. Hyphen m is the, flag for adding a message. Then it says git branch m main. So just copy this. Branches are there, you can have branches for all of your code. So if you're working on multiple things, you can have multiple branches. Main is the main branch. Then git remote add. Now what we did was, till now we initialized a local git repository. That means my code was in local, but I want to send it to github.com. I want to send to GitHub server. So for that, I have to tell my local code that, hey, this is the URL for my GitHub server, for the GitHub repository. So that I'm doing here. Git remote. Remote means it's a remote server. It's not local. It's something on the remote. Add means obviously I'm adding. Origin, you can give any name. Origin is the default name, which is completely fine. And the URL. Hit enter. It will do that. Then the last command which they ask is git push. Push means that you are pushing the code from your local to the remote. There is an opposite, which is git pull, which means you are pulling the code from the remote to your local. So right now everything is on local. On the GitHub website, it's nothing. So I'm pushing my local. And where am I pushing? Origin. Why? Because I can have multiple remotes. My current local can actually push to multiple servers. And origin is the default one which we added here. So I'm pushing to origin. What branch am I pushing? I'm pushing the main branch, which I created here. So if it was a different branch, which used to be like master, then here instead of git push origin main, this would be git push origin master. So git push, U is the flag, whatever origin, whatever remote you have, whatever branch you have, those two things. Hit enter. Now this is going to push. It's going to take some time. If it's running for the first time, then it's going to ask you to log in. Otherwise, it will just push and it will say branch done up to that, blah, 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 completed. If I go to Firefox and refresh, my code should be available, which is here. Everything is available here. Okay. This is a README for the crypto view project and whatever. And this is the GitHub URL. This is the repository URL. So which I wanted to show here. So if I click on this icon, it should take me to the repository URL, which it's not taking. So I'm going to fix that. I'll go to the code and in my footer, where is my footer? I think on all the three files, here we have. I want to fix the anchor. So I'm going to change it to this, a proper URL. Why is that anchor showing? Oh, real attribute should be no, that's fine. So in detail also, in index also, it should take me to the repository URL. So here and here, we do that. Okay. And the same thing, because I have changed the files, I need to add them. So git add. I can do file by file. I can, give each file name, or I can just do dot. Dot will add everything, all the files. Maybe I want to remove the .vs code folder from tracking. So I'm going to remove it which is delete. Here we go. Move recycle bin, done. Then git add dot, it will add everything. Then git commit. Maybe I want to, call it cleanup before launch. Whatever commit message you want, you do that. Then git push origin main. Okay, and it is done. The code is pushed. I can go back to my browser, and we can see here that if I refresh, my last commit is cleanup before launch. The VS Code folder is gone, and all the files, everything, will take you to the GitHub repository. Okay, so that's it for this video. We have uploaded our source code to GitHub, and in the next videos, there will be 2 videos, one for GitHub Pages, one for Netlify. So in both the videos, we are going to use this repository and hosting it onto GitHub Pages and Netlify separately. Okay, so I hope you like this video, you like the whole series, because this is basically the end. The next 2 videos are like just supplementary add-on. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video of this series, and in this video we are going to host our project on GitHub Pages. The project is done, everything is uploaded on GitHub, and now we are going to host it online on GitHub Pages. So let's jump into the browser and let's get started. So first things I'm going to do is go on to settings. Now make sure this is the project setting. There are 2 settings actually. There is one here on this setting, which is your profile setting, not this one, the one on the project screen. So click on this. Also not this one. This is a different setting. So this is just basic detail. No, this setting you want to click on. Go here. And if you scroll down, you're going to see pages. Sometimes you don't even need to scroll. So you're going to see pages here. Click on this. Select the branch, which is main. Select the folder, which is root. Hit save. Now what it will do is it will deploy this site on this URL. Okay, so I'm going to copy this URL, copy link, and I'm going to wait for it. So what happens is, right now this is of blue color. So as it is doing some deployment process, as it is building it, it will be in blue color. Once the build is complete, once the deploy is complete, this color will actually change to green. So right now it's building, and while building, if you try to access, it may work, it may not work. So we don't want to do that. So we will wait for it to turn green so that we can be 100% sure that my build is actually deployed. Okay, so it should not take more time, more than about a minute or 2. So I'm going to just quickly refresh and see if it is green or not. No, it is still blue. So I will again, wait for it, this whole thing to turn green. Meanwhile, have I copied this? Let me check. Anyway, I'll just copy this URL again, because this is going to be the URL of my hosted project. And this is basic, very basic. You see, it is https:// your username .github.io/ your repository. Whatever repository you have made, it is going to be that. If your project is inside another folder, if you're doing a / project 1 or project 2, if you have multiple projects in one repository, which is not recommended, but if you have it, if in any case you have it, then you might want to put / folder name also. So https username.github.io / repository name / folder name / file name, your index.html, about.html, detail.html, whatever file you have it. Okay, if it's in multiple folders, then folder 1 / folder 2 / file the approach. You are going to follow that URL standard. If also, I see very, very common thing. If your project has spaces, sometimes what people do is they will put space in folders, right? It is very common, like space in the folder name. So if any of the directory has space between the name, then you have to be careful about that as well. If your directory name has space between, like for example, project space 1, then in the URL also you have to type project space 1 and then slash and whatever. It will get converted to a URL encoded format, which is going to be, I think, %20. So that is fine, but make sure that that space is included. Okay. Let me quickly refresh and see. It should not take this much time. And yep, after I refresh, you see it is turned green and there's a check mark saying your site is published. So I can open this URL. I can open this URL here and it breaks. Interesting. Why did it break? I'll go to my code because, if something is breaking, it's not the deployment issue because deployment is successful. It's probably in my code. What is breaking? It seems like my CSS and JavaScript is not loaded. So I'm going to check my index.html and let's see, where is my CSS? Here is my CSS. And yes, I can see the problem. The problem is I am starting my URLs with a slash. What GitHub wants to do is, it won't work. GitHub pages won't work if you are doing a slash start. Netlify will work, other platforms will work, because what happens is slash means you're starting from the domain. But here I'm starting from this path /CryptoView project. So I cannot use a slash. What I'll have to change it to is ./. So I'll go back to my code and I will try to change it pretty much everywhere wherever I have used slash into a ./. So here is a ./, here goes a ./, here goes a ./, and wherever I have used it. Here in the logo goes a ./, in the SVG, in the GitHub image footer, in the JavaScript files, and index is done. What about the search? Same thing again, ./ here, a ./ here, a ./ here and there, everywhere a ./. Okay, that was a bad one, but it was funny. Image SRC, GitHub logo, and here as well. In detail screen also, I'll quickly do it. So style sheets, go for the style sheet, go for the favicon, go for the logo, go for the default source, default image source for the default, coin logo. Go for the GitHub image, go for all the JavaScript. Inside JavaScript also, I think I have done navigation somewhere. So I think in common, first of all, here I goes a ./ for this one. And for footer also, no, sorry, not footer. This is the main title, ./. Detail also somewhere I'm doing. No, it's just slash. So just a ./ here. I might put here index.html just to be on the specific side, index.html. So, I mean, on the safer side, index.html. Index.js, I'm doing any ./. Nope, I'm not doing anything. Search.js, I think I might or might not, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not doing anything. I don't need this extra. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, so all the ./ are fixed. So I'm going to open my terminal, make a commit again. So git add dot, not slash, git add dot. I was typing slash everywhere. Git add dot to add everything. Git commit to commit with a message -m. Message is going to be fix the path, fix the paths. Git push, because I want to push it to remote. So my remote name is origin. What I want to push, the main branch. So I'm going to go git push origin main. Push is successful. I'll go back to my browser. At this point, it should automatically start building again. So I go to settings, I go to pages, and you see it's again blue. So that means it is again doing something. It is again doing that, build process. So wait for it to complete. Just keep on refreshing. Just, meanwhile, this page obviously is not going to work until the build is complete. So wait for this. Just keep hitting refresh. Should not take more than a minute or something. But I'm not really sure. Depends on the, load on the GitHub server as well. So this is actually loaded. This is also deployed. We know this is deployed on GitHub servers. So it depends. If the servers are having less load, then it's going to be really fast. If they're having more load, then it's going to take some time. I think now must be done. Should not take much time. Let's refresh, and it is green. So that means it is deployed successfully. I'll go to this URL, refresh again, and boom, we have all the data. JavaScript works fine. CSS, obviously we can see it loads. If I click on search, the navigation works. If I enter something, say for example, bit, the search works. The data is loaded. If I say go on to, run up Bitcoin Cash, anything, open this, and we have a problem. Detail.html seems to be not working. I think one JavaScript place we forgot to change. I'll go back to code. And the problem was that on search screen, when I was clicking, it did not navigate. Here we go. So this also starts with a slash. I'm going to fix with /. Same thing. It's fixed. So now git add dot git commit -m commit message. Commit message is going to fix search path git push origin main. Wait for it to push. Push is done. Go back to my browser. Wait for it to deploy. So hit refresh, check again. Blue, remember, blue means not deployed. So wait for it to turn green. And not now, maybe another couple of seconds. Should be done now. Not yet. Yeah, about a minute it should take. Same with Netlify also. It also takes a couple of seconds, about a minute or something. By the way, if you haven't done with Netlify, there is also a video where I have deployed the same project with Netlify. So you can go and check out that as well. That is actually a pretty easy process, Wait for it. Nope, not yet done. But other than that, I think everything should be fine. I'm not really sure, but let's see. Yes, we'll find out. Wait, try now. And it is deployed. Okay, good. So we'll go back to the home page and we go again to the search page, search for bit, open that, search for anything, open this. It's still not deployed. I'm not really sure. But it was saying green. Okay, maybe it was using a cache copy or something. So anyway, go on to search for anything, bit, same thing, or ETH. We have done with bit. Let's search for ETH. Ethereum Classic, for example, and it loads. Yeah, Ethereum Classic doesn't have any description, so it's not there. It's not there from the API, so we can't help it. But the chart loads, the price loads, everything works completely fine. Other coin, if you want to see Ethereum has a description, so that loads. Navigation works fine. Top coin scroll, the whole animation and everything works fine. Search is fine. Any coins, for example, Dodge or anything. Everything works pretty good. Show the coin, show the price, and everything is greatly working. So we have deployed our project on GitHub pages. And that would be it for this video. In the next one, I will try to deploy it using Netlify. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video. And in this video, we are going to host our application on Netlify. So I'm just going to quickly go to Firefox. So this is mostly, web-based things. You don't actually need to code on this one. So I'm going to open Netlify, netlify.com, login using GitHub. I'm already logged into GitHub, so it will directly do that. If not, it will ask you for permissions and everything. And then that is where you can, authorize, and you will be able to log in. Once you have logged in, you will see a page like this, and the sites, everything will be empty here. So you're going to add a new site, import an existing project, and then it will ask you from where do you want to import it. So I want to import it from GitHub. So I'm going to do that. It will open a new window asking you to authorize. I have already authorized, so that is fine. Then it will show you a list of all the repositories. So I have a lot of repositories, so I will search for it, which is cryptoview-project. So wait for it to load, and after some time, it should show you. So whatever project you have, whatever repository you have, it will show that. Select that. Which branch you want to deploy. Main, there is nothing here. And everything else, publish command, build command, just leave it empty. We don't have anything for this project. We don't have anything. And just deploy site. Wait for it to deploy. Site deploy in progress. You can see here. Scroll down, building, processing. It'll take a couple of seconds. You can actually click on this and it will show you whatever steps it was doing. And just after a couple of seconds, it will say site is live. That is what we want. Now you go back to deploys. You see this is the URL of your project. So if I open this, it will open my CryptoView project, which is, this, and then search will take you to the search page. Select, search for ETH, for example, open that, take, say, for example, Tether USDT, then load that data. Everything works completely fine. But now this is hosted on Netlify. It is hosted online, so that means I can put it on my resume, I can share it with friends, and I can do all sorts of things. Because if it was my local URL, then I couldn't do any of these things properly, right? So now it is hosted on the internet and I can share this URL. Okay. So that was it for this video. It's probably a really short video. I think, less than 5 minutes. So it took us very, very little amount of time, hardly 1 minute to deploy. And the best part is, as soon as I change something, as soon as I change any small thing, it will push directly and, create a new deploy and update the site live. So that's one of the good things of Netlify. And yeah, that is it for this video. Next video is probably going to be on deploying the same project on GitHub pages. So that also I will cover. And yep, thank you and bye-bye.